Hi everyone, it's time to do the leveling VOD for Impending Doom. We're going to be leveling Spectral Throw, and then Act 2 we're going to swap to Rage Aspire, and then we're going to play that all the way through. We're going to do our heist with it and swap to Impending Doom afterwards. I'm going to follow along with what I said in the path of building as close as possible. I might potentially deviate randomly. If I do that, I'm sorry. Just do what the notes section specifically says to do rather than what I specifically tell you to do. Along with that, all the links will be in the description below. There's also going to be a link to the filters. You can either come to my account page and then click follow on Allie 3.28. This is a filter we're going to use for this. You can use this in the end game if you want to as well. It's just a general economy filter. I update it basically every day. And if you hit follow here, it will auto update for you in game, so you don't have to think about it. There's also going to be a link to Filter Blade where you can come grab yourself a copy of it if you want to change stuff around. If you plan to do the Chaos Recipe filter in Heist, you are going to need to come to Filter Blade and download a copy to it directly to your computer for Chaos Recipe Enhancer to modify. All of that is in the Heist guide, so please go follow what that says to do. Otherwise, yeah, let's get going. And I'm going to hold your hand through everything along the way. I'm gonna, go over everything I do as I do it, and then, I don't know, I'm just gonna yap to my stream the whole time because there really isn't much to say once we get to Act 2. Basically, the difficult part here is making it through Act 1 because we're playing a Scion, and we have to play a Scion with no damage points in our passive tree, so it's gonna be kind of miserable. Like really, really miserable to get through Act 1. But once we get to Act 2 and we swap to Rage Aspire, everything is going to get really, really comfy. So after that, it's not that bad. So not much to say after that point. I'm literally going to hold W. There's very few things that actually change. All right, so for Brutus or for Hillock, we want to bring him to the wall if possible because we can abuse Spectral Weapon Throw and have all the swords stack up on top of him, and then he just dies a lot faster. Some people have asked, Allie, what about the new, Holy Armament skill that Templar gets? And it's like, you could try it out for Act 1 if you want to. We're going to keep this simple. And we're just going to level with Spectral Throw. I don't want to change the guide a day before launch. And it didn't necessarily look that much better for Act 1, so it didn't really make that much of a difference. Okay, first thing we're going to do, we're going to come to notes section. And then we're going to go all the way to the top and copy-paste this right here. This is a regex. Make sure you copy the quotes as well. And this is just going to show you a bunch of good stuff from the vendors. We're going to come over to Charlie. We don't care about any of these skills. We just take one to vendor it for a wisdom scroll. And then we're going to paste that regex in here. And it's going to show you a bunch of stuff that you care to look at. Basically, we're just looking for movement speed boots in our case. And there's also a bunch of different color options. What we ideally want to find here is a 3-link with green, green, blue. That's going to be our Spectral Throw 3-link. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything, so we're just going to go. It's going to highlight all the two-handed weapons as well, but we're not going to bother buying any of these. We don't need any. If you do happen to get a green, blue, like if, for example, I got this chest plates, and then you happen to get a two-hander, you should put on the two-hander as soon as you can. But if you can't find anything here, we are just going to sell everything, and then we're going to go into the first zone. One thing I need to make you aware here is that you are going to need a bunch of Orbs of Transmutes for all the gem swaps we're going to be doing in Act 1. To get Orbs of Transmutes, you want to sell unidentified blue items. When you do this, you get Transmutation Shards. If I were to ID them, it would give me Alteration Shards, which is good. We need those in Act 3 and a little bit in Act 2. But for all of Act 1, try to sell your blue items unID'd if possible. You should ID boots to look for movement speed and two-handers in case you get a better one. But otherwise, if it's just a random chest plate like this and you have a decent chest plate, just sell unID'd. Rares, you can do the same thing for them if you sell them on ID to get transmutes. If you ID them, you get alts, but it might be worth it because you're not going to get that many rares to just ID them to see if you get upgrades, right? Don't be too stingy with it is the point, but try to keep this in mind. You're going to need, I believe, 4 transmutes for everything I told you to do. Anyways, with that said, time to pick up our only damage node of our tree until Act 2, and let's go to the coast. So, for Spectral Weapon Throw, the only thing to really mention is that it pierces everything. So try to line up a bunch of monsters like this and just like attack behind you while you're running, and then, you know, come back to you and hit them, and 1 or 2 throws is probably enough to kill stuff. Your goal in the first zone is to try and get to level 2 on your spectral throw if possible. You literally have to kill like 3 monsters. That's just going to make the next zone a lot easier, and then you can just literally ignore everything. You're going to see Mirage in every zone as the new seasonal mechanic. And it's up to you if you want to do it or not. Obviously, for this run, we're not going to do Mirage. Hands. And I'm not going to have an Ascendancy. I'll pick up some of the nodes on Scion, but it's going to be worse than what you're going to experience with Reliquarian. So your experience is going to be a lot better than what you see here. And yeah, if you do Mirage from Ziggy's video, it did look pretty good to do Mirage. It looked quite rewarding. Up to you if you want to do it or not. You pretty much never have had to do the League mechanic while leveling, but if you feel like doing it, you should. Okay, I got 2-hander, but I don't have a green blue, so we can't put it on. Here, we just want to go find the Rowaness, kill a bunch of rows around it. We're just looking to hit like level 4 in this zone if possible, and we're gonna move on to next area. We'll get the one to the left as well. Any thoughts and speculation of Exalt becoming a new main currency over Chaos? I expect as much, yeah. It shouldn't matter for the first few days. So, oh, let me set this to attack that movie. It shouldn't matter for, unlucky. It shouldn't matter for the first few days. So, or at least like day 1. So, you know, the Heisting Leaguestart is still going to be completely fine for making money. But yeah, Chaos are going to very quickly be devalued given there's no like, map crafting options either. That was a lot of Roas. It was a little bit silly. And then I also did get oh no. Oh nice, we have Rustic Stash. So the main things we want to look for, and the filter will point them out for you, right? I made them very obvious, is we want to find 2 iron rings and a Rustic Stash if possible. The thing to keep in mind about that as well is if you do happen to find 2 iron rings, you do not want to vendor them. You want to keep them, as we're going to be turning them into ruby rings, which is important when we swap over to Righteous Fire in Act 2. Because if you're not fire resistance capped, you're going to die to Righteous Fire. We'll go over it more in Act 2, but the point is, don't sell your ruby rings if you happen to get any. All right, in my case, ID the Rustic. We're going to be putting this on the whole time until Act 2, basically. Chameleon, Viper Strike, Cobra Lash from Shadows, Spectral Throw until Thunder. I liked it better. There's a bunch of different options for what you could do. I did want to try Cobra Lash at some point. Sorry, after finishing up that area, you're going to want to take the waypoint and come back to the previous zone. And then we're going to go to the Tidal Island. Sorry, I'll try to talk about what I'm doing during the story as well. Just for the super new players that don't know what they're doing, but don't expect too much of it. I might forget it every once in a while, and if that's the case, it's my bad. I also pick up the plate vest as well. Oh, I did forget to mention for the first area, it ideally is good to pick up as much random garbage off the ground as you can. Not only for the sake of wisdoms, but for example, just having this chestplate equipped for mud flats would have genuinely maybe like 10% tinker. Would have actually made a pretty decent difference. Anyways, so now that we are done with that, we logged out. So in my case, this is green blue on it, so I'm going to put this on instead. And I'm going to move my Spectral Throw and my Prismatic Burst in here. We're going to talk to Tarlene. We don't care about any of these gems. You can just take whatever. We're going to vendor it, but we do care about Frostblink. So we're going to take Frostblink. And then I'm going to vendor everything else. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to Beastill. Let me go with Nessa first and take a Quicksilver Flask. Here, we're going to take Volley. And this is going to be our third link for Spectral Throw. Then what you're going to want to do is come over to Beastill, click Gamble for items, and then we're going to specifically gamble for two-handed axes. So one small caveat here is I'm doing this in standard and not in SSF, so I can talk about Heist and when we get to Act 6. But the point is, this for you should be like 15 gold, 30 gold, something like that. The point is, depending on your luck, you're either going to have enough gold to take one of these or two of these. What you're looking for here on these axes is just something good. In this case, this one rolled added cold damage. This one rolled a big fizz damage roll, so I'm actually going to use this instead. Basically, just whatever has the biggest total number is what you'd want to use. So when I take off my shield, take off my sword, and put that on, and that's our new weapon. Go back to Tarley, all this garbage, and let's get going. Ideally, I'm also going to check really quickly to see if his shop refreshed. It didn't with anything new. But I do need a blue socket for Frostblink, so I don't know. Let's just buy that hat and then put Frostblink in there.
Farewell.
Okay. Let me move my flasks around as well. Oh, my other thing to mention about flasks is you want to make sure you upgrade your, well, not your mobility, your mana flasks. As trying to do Brutus with like the default mana flask is going to feel awful. Ideally, you want to have 2 mana flasks for Brutus and for Marival at the end. And if you can do that, you should have a pretty good time with both bosses. This mana is a little bit of a concern. Oh, nice. We got a 3-link. Well, we're going to save that for later. Yeah, because we can put added lightning damage in there if needed. It's one of our possible backup 3 links for Spectral Weapon Throw if you don't happen to get correct one of green, green, blue. Anyways, in this area, we want to find this bridge. We're going to hit T to put down our portal there. You get a free portal scroll from killing the guy that dropped the medicine chest. And then we're going to go over the bridge. And then we'll come back here later to do another
I have nothing more to give.
side quest. Use Chance to Bleed. You can use Chance to Bleed over Prismatic Burst, but you are going to need to stick to Prismatic Burst until you get Volley, because otherwise it's going to feel really bad without having an AoE option. The neat thing about the leveling path we have to take for this is we are going to get a lot of resistances, so you're actually quite tanky in Act 1, which is nice, I guess. Anyways, for the next few zones, all we really care to do is just to run as fast as we can. We pretty much just want to stop and kill enemies until we have... I guess we'll take the axe as well. We pretty much just want to stop and kill enemies until you have enough flash charges to keep running forward, and then you just skip everything else. If you're a newer player, it's fine to kill everything if you really want to. Like, there's no downside to it. You'll just be a little bit slower. No, but it also might make things a little bit easier. We got a second mana flask. And then I guess I'll pick up my free resistance door. It'll help a little bit. They do have volley? I do, but I don't have a double green is the problem. Yeah, you also need double green to fit that in. And I don't have... Oh, I do have... Oh, you're right. I could run... Sure. I could run Chance to Bleed in that one. Okay, I will add that to the notes section, I guess, then. Sure, I guess that is an alternative. We could do Chance to Bleed, Volley, and drop Prismatic Burst. I guess I never considered dropping Prismatic Burst. But sure. That is a good option. Alright. So, the only annoying thing about... Oh, we got Acceleration Shrine. The only annoying thing about this is we have to kill Brutus with Spectral Weapon Throw, and that's a little bit Pepega. Just a tiny little bit Pepega. It's honestly, I guess, kind of dependent on how good your gear is going into Brutus. If you happen to find some added damage on your gloves... Oh my god, these things go so... These things go so far with Acceleration Shrine. That's kind of funny. But in terms of gear for Act 1, all we're really looking for is added damage on our rings, the amulet, gloves, added damage on our weapon. And as long as we get some decent total added damage, you're going to have an okay time with Brutus. But if you have, like, literally none, it's going to be a little bit painful. Fill the blue pack really quickly. Another travel mall as well. I guess we'll take that. Drop that one. I'll take the longsword as well. I don't need the shield. Drop that for now. Extra random red socket, you can pick up decoy totem. I am not telling people to press decoy totem. Nope. I mean, yeah, I guess for Brutus, sure. Sure.
From Oriath to Axiom.
But
One prison to
I'm not a fan of decoy totem. Anyways, after lower prison, we're gonna go back to Lionized. And here we're going to go over to Nessa, and you're either going to take added lightning damage or added cold damage based off of your personal case. So, for example, if you have green, I can't speak. Sorry, not added cold damage. Added lightning damage or added fire damage based on your personal case. So, if you have green, blue, red, you would take added fire. But I guess we should just replace this with bleed, huh? Yeah, I'll update the guide. So, if you have this, grab yourself a chance to bleed from Nessa. If you have green, blue, blue, then take added lightning damage and use that as your third link. In our case, like I said, let's just take bleed because, yeah, bleed should be a little bit stronger than that. Chance to bleed. And then we're also going to pick up a sniper's mark. Okay. And then we can check what this weapon has on it. That is too good. Is it too good? It's not a melee skill. Oh, I guess not, but do it anyways. Okay, and then we'll keep the tribal mall. And we'll sell the rest of this. Then we'll go over to this portal. And then we're going to go take it instead of going back to the waypoint. And then it's either going to be to the left or to the right. But we're just looking for the door. It should be to the right.
Can I not have
Oh,
but a
I need to.
moment's
I did
respite?
put chance to bleed in. Okay. Run 3 green momentum. You just run added cold. Yeah, you just run volley, added cold, and spectral throw together. Because added damage on spectral throw is kind of dumb. Like really, really dumb. Sucks we don't have volley. It is what it is. Oh, I guess we have that weapon, but we'll see if we end up using it here in a second or not.
I have nothing more to give.
Based off of what happens with Dweller, because we do have another. Oh, I guess that's also green, red. So I guess it wouldn't matter. But it's so weird to listen to PoE sounds after playing with the game muted for effectively years. The green range. Hi Corey, hello. Alright, so for Dweller and for Brutus as well, you can put Sniper's Mark on them. It's like 17% increased DPS, and then we can try to get away from him to get like a better lineup for Spectral Throw where he's getting hit by like the tail end of it. But he's gonna follow you around, so it's not gonna happen that much. Right, we grab that and then we log out. So Dweller drops a essence, and what you're gonna do with this essence is you're gonna look for a higher weapon base. In my case, I end up getting a tribal maul, and we're just gonna use it on whatever weapon we find in hopes that we get something better. In this case, this is slightly better than this, so we can swap to this once we get 35 strength, which now we have 35 strength. So in my case, I have 2 green, 1 red. So we're going to put in Spectral Throw. We'll put in Volley. And we'll swap over a Chance to Bleed. Like I said, I'll update the guide with that. Get a passive point as well from Tarley. I can vendor that. Check the boots for movement speed. No movement speed, but they're better than what I have. And we also need to get a better life flask. So, deal. Right, and in this run, I'm not looking to go at literally Mach 7,000. Right, I want people to be able to follow along with what we're doing. So we're going to, take our time, go a little bit slower. No movement speed. But it's a triple red. So I'm actually going to buy these. Yeah, I'm going to buy these boots for transmute. Because we are going to need triple red later on to swap over to Sunder. All right, we go back to prison. And here we're going to go find our Trial of Ascendancy. But I'm not looking to do this at the fastest possible speed I can go at. Just because I don't think that's really useful for people. I think it's better to go a little bit slower and take my time. In this area, there's a Trial of Ascendancy that you need to go find. In my case, we found the exit to the next area, but make sure to stop and find it. It would be on the opposite side of the area from where I currently am at. If you happen to find the door, don't skip it because you need to do 6 of them to be able to actually ascend in Act 3. But after you do it, you find the exit to Upper Prism. And in this area, we do not want to immediately leave. What we want to do is we want to go find a chest. And it'll be marked on your minimap. When we complete the chest, we will get random flasks. And the hope is that we get a Quicksilver. Sometimes I've been super unlucky in some seasons. There it is. There could also be other random Sean boxes in the zone as well. This doesn't necessarily mean it's there. You could potentially get baited by it. But the point is, you'll know you found it because it will be behind like this, and you have to click the lever on the pillar to open up the area for this. The Chemist Strongbox. I got frozen. I'm dead. Anyways, it'll give you a random assortment of flasks. It has an extremely high chance to give you Quicksilvers. You can get super unlucky and not get Quicksilvers. I've not gotten Quicksilvers before. It sucks, but got Quicksilver. And then we also got bigger life flasks as well. Alright, so now we have 2 Quicksilvers to work with, which is going to make us a lot faster. We have a second mana flask as well. If you don't happen to get a bigger mana flask here, you should quickly go back to town and buy one from the vendors. So I guess we'll go back to town here in a second anyway. So let's get over to Brutus's area. And then I guess we could have ran at him first, but if you don't have 2 good mana flasks here, quickly stop and go back to town and talk to Nessa and buy some bigger mana flasks from her. Here as well, we also want to buy iron rings. So if you don't have iron rings yet or a rustic sash, quickly stop and buy a rustic for 2 wisdoms or an iron ring. In my case, I got a whetstone, so I can sell the whetstone for 4 wisdoms and then purchase this iron ring, and that's quite a big DPS increase. This one's an alteration. That's not worth it. In the slightest. And then I could sell all these flasks as well. Another big one. And then I have 3 of these, so I can vendor these for another flask upgrade later on. Anyways, we have an iron ring, we have a rustic sash. Let's go kill Brutus. So this is like the one bad part of Act 1 is killing this guy. I would say my gear is reasonable. I don't have added damage on my gloves. I have 1 iron ring, I have a rustic sash, so I feel like this is gonna be the average experience with Brutus outside of, you know, user error. So, you know, he's not gonna die in 2 seconds, but he should die, you know, relatively fast, I guess. And just try to be slightly far away from him so you can hit him with the... I got fucked by RP. But try to be slightly further away from him if you can, or like have him against the wall so you can have the spectral throws basically AFK on top of him. If possible. Here. Get against the wall and then make sure you keep your Thanker's mark on him. That's like the bad part of Act 1 done. You have to kill that thing. Alright. You log out. And then here we're going to get ourselves a few gems. So from Tarley, we are going to take Leap Slam. And that's going to be a new mobility skill we're going to use here in a second. And I'm just going to quickly check the notes just so I don't miss anything else. Right. We're also going to go into Nessa. And then we're going to grab ourselves a Intimidating Cry, which should be on page... Yeah, for a transmute. I guess I can go through my gear really quickly as well. So we can vendor these for more transmute shards because we need more. And I can ID the gloves. Oh, nice. We have some added damage. Put those on over those. Put the sniper's mark in there. Get rid of this. We have Intimidating Cry for later. I have a 3-link red for Sunder. Come check Tarley again if needed. To look for more colors if you don't have anything.
Stay sharp out there.
Otherwise, we are going to the Prisoner's Gate. So we just have like 4 more zones to go through of Spectral Throw, and then we're done with this skill. I know this skill, like some people like it, some people hate it. I'm not personally that big of a fan of it. If you're not a fan of it, it's almost over. It's almost free. Is volley that important? Volley makes your clear feel a whole lot better. Like I would say it makes a pretty large difference in the feel of the skill versus just having 1 projectile. I guess you could also, if you want to get more technical about it, you could also grab yourself like an added cold and then swap out the volley on Brutus. But it's like, I don't know, man, it was fine. You know, he died fast enough. Like, don't really do reinvent the wheel. Anyways, I'm level 10, so we could put on the Leap Slam, and it's going to be our second mobility skill. And the way we're now going to play the builds for the rest of the leveling experience is we're going to do a Leap Slam, and then as we end the Leap Slam, we're going to Frostblink. And if you do that, you can cancel like the last little bit of Leap Slam, and you combine both mobility skills to move around a lot faster. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you know, it's good to do. Makes you a little bit faster. Alright, in this area, we want to find the Graveyard Cave. It's okay if you don't immediately find it, just look around until you get there, and then here we're going to go to the end, and we're going to look for... I'll flame at the end. Throw the boot back as well.
I have nothing more to give.
Another Sherpo, so I don't think I have enough transmutes. I think I still need a few more transmute shards, so... You know, I mean, you should never stop picking up the blue items anyways. Good until the filter starts hiding them for you. I'm gonna get frozen here. Oh, wait, get frozen. Talk to Fairgraves, and then we kill him. Have a shot at skipping first lab until you can do second. There's no point. You have to do first lab anyway. I mean, up to you. If you don't want to do first lab, you can just do it later. Sure. I mean, it's 2 passive points, and you're going to have to do it at some point. That's not going to take that long, so up to you. Oh, I removed Sniper's Mark from my bars. Nice. Sniper's Mark. Fair graves if you really want to. All right, grab all this. And then in my case, I did not find Maryville's Caverns yet. So we're going to need to go look for it, which should typically be kind of like the opposite side of where you enter the zone from. I guess that's the best way to put it. And this is basically it. We are done playing Sunder. We're done playing Spectral Throne, so I move on to Sunder. I'm not level 12 yet, so I guess we can't. But we're going to come back to town. After we've done all that, we go over to Beastilt. He has another passive point for you. And then we're going to come to Nessa. And then Nessa's going to give you a bunch of different skills. We don't care. Just take whatever. And then you're going to come click purchase. You're going to go tab 3. And you're going to go and purchase Sunder. And we are now free. You're supposed to come and grab yourself a Chance to Bleed if you don't have one yet. As we're going to play Sunder, Chance to Bleed, and a Ruthless as well. Okay. And let me go vendor all my stuff as well that we don't need. I guess I can ID these two. Yeah, had some life on it. We could put that on later. Can I use the next life flask? 12. Okay, so I guess we'll wait. Oops. Get rid of that flask as well. All right, so you might have to do a little bit of Maryville's Caverns with Spectral Throw because you need to hit level 12. But once you're 12, you can just swap over to Sunder. Another thing to keep in mind is that you are going to start getting a new weapon base to drop soon. It's in the note sections. I believe it's level 12 and 13. I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember. But the point is, if you do see them, they're called like Wood Splitter and Maul, if I'm not mistaken. And you happen to find other essence. For me, I have not found another essence monster except for the Dweller. And Amber as well. But if you haven't found another one, pick it up and use the essence on that weapon, and it's likely going to be better than what you currently have just because it's a higher base, so it's going to have higher numbers. We are going to have to do quite a bit of Act 2 with Sunder, and it's fine if you do not upgrade your weapon at all from the moment that you get one at Dweller, but it'll just be a little bit easier to make Act 2 just a tiny little bit faster if you do grab yourself another weapon upgrade in Act 2, but you don't need to. Anyways, we're about to hit 12. Relink as well for later. Okay, we're 12, so we could put on our Intimidating Cry. We have Sunder in there. I'm going to take my Chance to Bleed. I'm going to put that on. And now I just need to find a space for Leap Slam. You can get rid of Spectral Throw. You can get rid of your Volley. All we need to keep is Frost Blink or Sunder 3 links, Intimidating Cry, and that's it. You can get rid of Sniper's Mark and your Spectral Throw 3 link completely. All right, so for this, you now just press Sunder, and Sunder just goes boom, and it kills stuff. You're also going to have Intimidating Cry. You can press Intimidating Cry, and then your next 2 Sunders do double damage. So try to use your Intimidating Cry and cooldown if possible. You don't need to for anything other than like rares and bosses, but on rares and bosses, you don't. All right, I got chain stunned, and my Sunder got unlucky. Yeah, on rares and bosses, use Intimidating Cry. Everything else, you can just press 1 Sunder. Thunder does feel a little bit bad with no move attack speed on your weapon. It is what it is. But again, we're not playing it for very long, and we are basically past the awful part of this build, which is getting through Act 1. Oh, I'm dead. Ow. Have a shot. Oh, sorry, we read that too. Okay, if I miss something in chat, you just yell at me. It's going to be a little bit hard to read it while we're getting through like Act 1 and Act 2, given how much yapping I have to do, right? But, you know, once we get to RF, I'm probably just going to stare at chat the whole time. All right, it's time for the world's slowest Maryville. It's not going to be very fast. It's going to be a little bit painful, but we kill her and we're free. No. My Intimidating Cry, Sunder. And it's so sad watching this after watching Ziggy literally kill Marvel in like 3 seconds with all the new holy skills. But I guess, you know, the price we have to pay for we're paying the Scion tax. You know, try to not get chilled. Your attack speed's already garbage as it is. Does Scion get the holy skills? Probably. And you could, like I said at the start, you can use them if you want to, but I don't want to. I don't like taking risks is the point. Like, this works. And it's like, whatever, man. Marvel took a minute versus dying in 10 seconds, you know? Like, I don't like taking risks because, like, if the holy skills for some reason end up sucking on Scion or there's something wrong with them, you know, then a bunch of people's Leaguestarts are bricked and trying to get an update to them. Bam, can you die? Bam. Bam. You know, I don't want to brick a bunch of people's Leaguestarts on, you know, just assuming that something's going to work. I don't like taking risks. You know, so I like avoiding as many risks as possible when it comes to build guides. Like, you can use the holy skills if you want to, like Holy Strike or whatever it's called. It did look pretty good from Ziggy's video, but again, very risk adverse. Yes, sneaking another weapon. Yeah, exactly. The boss chills you, and then you also... My accuracy rating. The boss chills you, and then I have no attack speed to begin with, so yikes. Anyways, sorry, back to what I was saying. I don't like risks, so I'd rather just tell people, you know, what we know is gonna work, rather than, you know, hedge our bets on, oh, the skill's gonna be the most disgusting thing ever. Okay, I can ID the second iron ring. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That's a really good iron ring, actually. All right, and same thing. We're gonna sell everything. So, one thing to mention now is we're gonna need at least one alteration. So if you don't have an alteration, like in my case, I don't. You're now going to want to start IDing items and selling them ID. Every vendor in town, or one vendor in each town, for example, in this case, it's Vienna, will now ID items for you for free, so you don't have to even spend wisdoms on it. You could just do it like that. All right, let's put that chestplate on. Oh, 15% movement speed. Okay, well, I'm going to keep those for later, but we can't use them right now because that's where 3-link is. But we can sell all that, put this on, and then... this says added lightning. Okay, I'm going to use that over the iron ring because it's just more total added damage. But I'm going to keep this iron ring. I don't want to sell that until later. I'm going to sell my flask as well to get a flask upgrade. And then sell all this garbage.
Be kind.
Okay-ish. So, we got to get through like 4 zones-ish. We have to just get to level 18. And then we can swap to RF. Flask, your starter KB Haro. Play last week is very nice, but what do you think of the rune nerf? Isn't big? Nope, doesn't matter. It's completely okay. We didn't even bother using the ring graft until quite late in the build. And it's just like a 10% DPS loss until you get Awakened Fork, which is not the end of the world, given we also have the new like corruption support things that are going to give you some of your DPS back. You know, the point is, it doesn't matter. A lot of other build guides, you know, put in the rune graft significantly earlier in their builds. We didn't. We basically didn't touch it due to the price of it being so expensive that it wasn't really worth it in my opinion. So now. It is completely okay. All right, we get the waypoints, and then we're gonna go top left. Answer the iron ring. There's no point because we're gonna replace them when we, you know, do the recipe. It's gonna give us a white ruby ring. All right, we can chance orb the ruby ring, but until then, no reason to waste it.
The men here should have listened to their hearts. Their minds were not their own.
I actually kind of like Sunder. This is effectively like the second or third time I've ever used Sunder. This feels kind of fun in Act 1. It's kind of satisfying pressing it and just watching, like, you know, a pack get dismantled. You know, like each hit. It is very satisfying. Okay. For the build, as soon as we get Threshold makes it usable, or we need more stuff. Yep. The goal is going to be get the reduction and then just slap them on immediately. Mana flask as well. At this point, you don't need 2 mana flasks anymore, so I'm just going to put that one on and get rid of that one. I do have a 3rd Quicksilver. I could have put the 3rd Quicksilver on, but I vendored it. We'll fill this in with a second life flask. Get more strength. Well, all right. In this area, there's also going to be a lab trial for you to do. It should be towards like the bottom of the area. I would just look around the starting zone to make sure you don't miss it. Again, you have to do it. There's no way around it. We're just going to skip it here for the sake of time. But make sure you do it. Oops. Thunder Fist at worst, Seismic Cry is, yeah. Yeah, I can see how this with that is kind of nice for leveling. It's comfy. This is a nice skill. You're on Precision, RF. No, because you don't have the Orbs of Transmute for it. You just buy yourself a Vitality. We are very poor during the campaign because there's a lot of gems that we need to get. So we just have to deal with it. Like, I'm already asking for people to have quite a lot of... Hold up, I'm actually going to go back to this. Don't have enough transmutes. I'm already asking quite a lot out of people when it comes to all the gems I need them to buy. We do not fit in anything that's not necessary. Alright, well, we found the lab trial. Is it this way or is it up there? I think it's... I'm going to skip the lab trial. There's a book. I guess it's, to point out for people who don't know, there's a book icon where the lab trials are. There's other random lore items in the story as well, so sometimes you can get baited by them, but, you know, if you're in an area that says, you know, do the lab trial, there'll be a book where it is. What's the best? Hyro Necro? They're both great. Pick whichever one looks more fun to you, or pick whichever one has a build guide you enjoy more. I don't like doing the whole, like, comparing builds, you know, just play whatever seems like the best setup for you. That's always my opinion on the topic. All right. Technically, once we kill this guy, we can swap over to playing RF. But you would die. Because you would not have the sustain to deal with it. We need to wait until level 18. At that point, we have just enough passive points to be able to make it happen. I did get a new weapon as well, so... Log out. And we can talk to Gareth. Doesn't matter what you're taking here. We're not going to use any of this anyways. You're going to come over to Yenna. And from Yenna, you can now buy yourself a Righteous Fire. Right there. For one alteration. Actually, I don't have an alteration. Let me not buy it. We can ID all that. And then we can sell all this identified for... Oh, man, that's a lot better. Whatever. It's not going to matter. We're going to swap to RF anyways. So, here, I have my alteration. I can now buy RF. And then we're also going to need to buy skitter bots. So if you have a second alteration, just go ahead and grab yourself skitter bots. In my case, I don't. So go grab it later. And then we're going to take the waypoint back to Crossroads. And then we are going to go bottom right. Because we need to go grab the passive point over here. And with this passive point, we'll have just enough passives at level 18 to swap over. Also gain like levels going this way. Just make sure you're killing enough stuff, right? Don't skip too much. And if you, for some reason, happen to be underleveled, I am killing, you know, quite little in the campaign. As a newer player, you know, you're likely going to kill more. But if you happen to be underleveled, just go reset a zone. You can just hit Control-click on like a door to a new zone, and you can just reset it and just run through it once or twice to get to level 18, or just continue with Sunder and then just swap in a few more zones. That's also okay. I thought this bear was going to die in like a second. It did not die in a second. Alright, and then we just follow the path all the way to where we're supposed to go. Yeah, axe was kind of sick. It was kind of pog. If I didn't need an alteration, I would have used it. Like, I should have not bendered that. The best play I should have done there was to actually just use the axe and then just swap to RF a little bit later, because that axe was sick. But whatever, we're just gonna swap as soon as we can. Same thing, there's another lab trial in this area, so make sure you don't miss it. We're just gonna walk by it. And here we're just looking to do the lab trial and then go to the second level. Think I spoken to fear another bossing for the Atlas points? Yeah. Every single build I ever play ever is a build that can do all content really easily. I refuse to play builds that can't do that. Allie builds, okay, there's a checklist of like 19 separate things a build must be able to do, and if a build cannot do all 19 of those things, I refuse to play it. I'm extremely picky. Oh, the lab trials over there. Same thing, book. But I'm extremely picky about the builds that I play. I have a specific type. And yeah, if a build is not of said specific type, I will never touch it. Like, I will never play a bow build because bow build straight up cannot do like 17 of the 19 things in my checklist. You know, I guess I'm in Impending Doom swap. Maybe we'll have to see how long the recording is because, you know, we do have a slow Act 1 and Act 2, so it's going to be quite long. And, you know, I'm not rushing either, so... Oh, we'll see once we get to Act 10. We could yap about it a little bit, I guess. We can see what we can do. We are going to be skipping the heisting. We are going to pretend heist, just because, again, that would make this significantly longer. But, you know, we're going to stop in Act 6, talk about the heisting, talk about what you'd be doing and whatnot. But I'm not going to physically do it in the video itself. It's add way too much time to the video. I built Survive Bleed. Listen here. Listen here. Alright, the boss should be up here. What level am I? 17? Okay, so we just gotta do one more zone, and then we can swap over to RF. Got a 3 red shield. We got transmute. Back it as well. Alright, log out. And we can go vendor all this. And I'm gonna get one more level, and then we'll talk about RF. I guess that's actually pretty decent to put on an 18. Because there's some region on it. Does it have region on it? There's a little bit of region, but yeah, we'll put that on. Okay.
Go with the spirit.
The book, and then we have 4 passive points. Oh, sorry, we can actually swap right now. Oh, weird. It should be at 18. Okay, let's just get to 18 for the sake of... Why am I a passive point ahead? Oh, it's because I think Path of Building doesn't... Wait, but I was 18... I don't know, man. I was 18 last time we did this. Not 17. Whatever. Let's just go to the zone and then we'll swap to RF afterwards. By the way, light tap on RF. RF has very few supports. They can actually link to it. And light tap ends up being one of the best ones. Light tap also gives RF the duration tag, weirdly enough, which then allows you to also link what is it called? The green ailment one. That one. Go this way. Also, you know, we trigger the life tap through fire trap. Have to life tap the fire trap, otherwise we can't deal the next cost. In the riverways at this waypoint, you're gonna find like a cobbly path. I kind of loosely followed it there. Follow that all the way to the exit to the wetlands. And then we're just gonna, you know what? Let's go to Alira. Let's go grab Alira, and then we'll swap over to RF then. Yeah. We'll just do that. This should be good enough to kill. I think my weapon is reasonable enough to swap over. Sorry, to kill Oak without it being too painful. Or, okay, unless we find the waypoint. Oh, no. Alright. You're likely going to want to swap to RF before fighting Oak. Especially if you didn't upgrade your weapon. I think it's going to be really painful. Alright, we're going to kill Oak. Let's see. How painful is Oak with my weapon? Oh, no. Okay, we definitely should have swapped before Oak. Okay, all right, let's go swap. Hold up. Let's go swap before I go. Anyways, we're level 18. So now it's time to swap over to RF. What we're going to do is we're going to come over to Act 1. And we're going to go over to Nessa. And from Nessa, we are going to buy 2 red skills. So Heavy Strike, Molten Strike, whatever. Just buy one of the ones that cost wisdoms, so they're super cheap. You don't need to do this if you don't, so if you got ruby rings, but in my case, I don't have any ruby rings, so I need to buy 2 of these, and I can then sell an iron ring and a red skill gem to get a ruby ring. So we're just gonna do that for both of them. You could also check the vendor to see if they have a ruby ring in here. And if you don't have enough intelligence to put on RF, you might not if you don't get lucky with some int rolls in your gear. You could also buy yourself a lapis amulet. If this is too expensive, go check the Act 2 vendor as well. And if you can't get ints from either of those sources, you can wait an additional level and pick up ancestral knowledge if needed. Anyways, we're going to also come over to Tarlane. And we're going to go and grab ourselves any random scepter because these have increased elemental damage. So we'll grab this one for a wisdom. We can also go quickly check Act 2. Hold up, yeah, another one here.
Greeting.
We can go check Act 2 for a second scepter. It requires 35 int. I don't want to get... I guess we can just give him a transmute for it. Yeah, that's fine.
Greetings.
Sure. Actually, no, sorry. I would not do that, no. But you can check Act 2 as well. We'll check Act 2 in a second for a second scepter.
Yes?
After that, we just need to grab all the gems that we need to play RF. Let's refer to this just to make sure we do the correct thing. We're going to need to go grab ourselves 2 efficacies. Or at least, sorry, 1 efficacy for RF. And then we're going to go and grab ourselves a... Where is it? I am blind. Very blind. I'm sorry for the Scorching Ray. We're also grab ourselves a Scorching Ray. If you happen to have a 3rd transmute, you should also buy another efficacy for your Scorching Ray. But at a minimum, you just need RF and an efficacy. And you can put it on, and now it's time to play RF. We're going to also swap out our 2-handed weapon. This is now completely useless for a scepter, and we'll go grab a second one from Act 2. And then we're going to put on our 2 ruby rings. And with all that, you should be at maximum fire res. If you are not at maximum fire res right now, you're going to have to wait. You will die. And one option, if you happen to have even more transmutes lying around, is you can come over to your hideouts. In your hideouts, there will be a crafting bench. And you can use a crafting bench to put 1 mod on your gear. And you can scroll down to suffixes if you have an open suffix and craft fire resistance for 1 transmute. It's good to do that anyways, because you are going to want to have more fire res over the cap. You don't just want to be at, in my case, only 1 over, because this mastery is infinite. So if I have 200% fire res, it gives me 200 life regen, and that's always good. So if you have additionals, come and do this. But either way, we have our scepter. We're going to go over to Act 2 and purchase another one. Why can't I put on this? Oh, I don't have enough int. Let me go grab a lapis amulet as well. Oh, I don't have a transmute. Awkward. Guess we can't grab one. That's fine. We can just not use sport to begin with. Right. We're also go grab skitterbots. If you didn't grab skitterbots before when I told you buy RF, come and grab them now.
Goodbye.
And it's time to play RF. Oh, I can put these boots on as well because we don't need Sunder. Oh, and those had int on them. Great. So I can put on Scorching Ray. So in total, you are going to link Scorching Ray and Efficacy together. You have a second one. You're then going to link Righteous Fire and Efficacy together. Other 2 link, and then you're going to go grab yourself 2 scepters, and then we're ready to swap over to RF. Let's see. The transmute. Okay, can we just pretend I got another transmute? Okay, we're going to slightly cheat. Pretend we got 1 for a wisdom. It's okay if you don't have 2. All right, and then we can sell this garbage. Oh, don't sell your elite slamp. Keep them. So in total, you need to have RF, an efficacy, Scorching Ray, and potentially a second efficacy if you happen to have the money for it, Leap Slam, Frostblink, Skitterbots, and a Vitality Aura, which you come over to Act 1 and buy from Nessa for a transmute. I'll have a transmute. You know what? Okay. We're going to cheat. We're going to pretend we have a transmute just so we can have the full setup on so people can get. But you'd also grab yourself Vitality.
Goodbye.
And that's it. We're now playing RF. If you don't have that, that's okay. You don't need the Vitality. Just come back and purchase it later once you have more transmutes, right? This is why we didn't bother with any other weird supports, because we barely have the transmutes to do everything we need. In terms of what we need to put on our bars, I'm going to put Leap Slam and that back there. Your main skill is now going to be Scorching Ray, technically. And then I'm going to put RF on my right click. And then let me put my auras in here as well. Okay, so in every zone, you're going to have to turn on RF, and then it's just going to be permanently active, and it's going to slowly start killing you. And then you need to turn on your auras as well. And then all we have to do is, oh yeah, I need to reset the zone. Whoops. All I have to do is simply walk forward, and RF kills everything. It does quite a silly amount of damage. On rares, you want to stand still and just hold down Scorching Ray, and they will die. Okay, that's a fire and ignite resistant enemy. That is like the worst rare to show this on, but On rares, you just simply sit there and hold down Scorching Ray, and that's it. That's your whole playstyle. It's going to get significantly faster than what Thunder was, because we just get to keep running forward the whole time. And yeah, let me go reset this oak. And yeah, it should get very, very comfy. You can level your, what's I'm looking for, your auras as much as you want to, because we are going to eventually just drop the vitality anyways. And from there, this is our build all the way to maps. At first, it's going to be a little bit scuffed just because, as you can see, the RF is really tiny. But as we get more levels on it, it's going to become reasonably large to where... What's I'm looking for? It's going to become reasonably large to the point where we'll easily kill everything while running by it, so you never even have to stop for a second. I went the wrong. You're going to have a little bit of a mana problem. Like a very, very, very slight mana problem, which we'll fix in Act 3 for now. Just your flask is... Anyways, we're going to kill Oak. And we can just stand here and watch him die. We swap to Doom. We swap to Doom at maps once we get Vixen. The build is literally unplayable without Vixen. Log out. And then we're going to go back to the crossroads and then go top right. And we have to turn on RF at every zone. We don't need to bother with the essences anymore. We don't need essences. You can do them if you want to, just to like click it on random gear for fun.
I have nothing
It's not a bad idea, but you don't need to, so we're going to skip them. I will say I'm slightly degenning for my RF. Ever so slightly. I'm not positive. So in my case, I would have definitely, I could deal with crafting a life regen roll on one of my items. So we'll do that once we get another transmute. Which I guess, yeah, I would have actually struggled if I didn't have the vitality, huh? Right, and then we go kill a degenning. I mean, it's only slight, Let me pick up the fire res. I guess this should... Okay, I'm still degenning with that. Unlucky. Right, we kill Creighton. And again, we literally just stand here. So some people may ask, why are we using Scorching Ray, not Fire Trap? As you can see, I barely had the currency required to even swap over to RF as it was. Adding in Fire Trap on top of all that and all of its dependencies is going to be kind of unrealistic to begin with, right? So that's why we're going to choose to swap over to Fire Trap in Act 3. It's like Scorching Ray isn't bad either. Scorching Ray is pretty darn decent on its own. Oh, let me pick up the blues. So it's not like you are losing out on much. Plus, it makes it more difficult because then you need more colors to properly run it and whatnot. It's just too much of a hassle. And you're really not going to notice much difference. We should also talk about the kind of gear you're going to be looking for, because up until this point, basically nothing mattered, right? I just equipped whatever had life on it and called it a day. For RF, the only way to scale this skill, all right, we find the waypoint, and then we're going to go to the opposite side of the road, right? The waypoint's on this side of the road, so we're going to go left, in my case, to find the Lyra. But in terms of gear,
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
all you really care about is health. Because the only thing that scales your Righteous Fire damage is your health and your energy shield. We're not going to have any energy shield, so we're going to ignore that. Plus, we wouldn't be able to sustain it. But getting as much health in all of your gear will boost your RF damage more. And outside that, we're just going to look for resistances, because being res capped is always good. And we're just going to try to get as much fire damage. Sorry, not fire damage. Fire res as possible, because fire res gives you life regen. So, and we don't want to just out regen RF. We want to over regen, so we're comfy, right? We don't want to, like in my case, be slightly degenning the whole time. That's not going to be comfy. For your weapons, you're going to want to use 2 scepters, at least to begin with. We're eventually going to swap to a shield in Act 3 and put on shield charge. It's going to be a lot faster. But again, too many skills to swap around. We don't have the currency for it and whatnot. But on your scepters, you're just looking for spell damage and fire damage. If you can find a weapon with +1 fire or +1 to all spells on it, that's also really good. It'll make your RF a little bit bigger. It won't actually give it any damage, but it'll make it bigger so you get better clear. And then it'll also give you single target damage with your Scorching Ray and later on Fire Trap. Outside of that, nothing else matters. We don't care about crit chance. We don't care about cast speed. We don't care about added damage. None of that does anything for us anymore. Health is our only scaler, along with fire damage, and spell damage, and that is it. It's a very easy skill to scale, which is very neat. Bit corrupting? No, I did not. We played Power Siphon Totems into a swap over to KB. Kill Weaver, and then we are going to log out. Let me go vendor all my stuff because my inventory is full. I'm gonna get rid of that shield. We don't need it for now. That's kind of neat. Can I move my RF somewhere? I could. Actually, there's a little bit of regen. Oh, but this is fire red, so that's, I guess, better to put on. And then I do need the int from this. So I guess we'll just put that on for now. So we can put that on and move RF over here. Sure. Do I have a chrome? I do have a chrome. Do I want to try coloring this? I guess I could. So we're going to talk to Silk. And then we don't care about any of these, but we're going to come to Yenna. And Yenna is now going to sell you a bunch of supports. In our case, we want to grab ourselves 2 elemental focus. Grab at least 1, but, you know, grab 2 if you can. 1 for Scorching Ray and 1 for RF. We're going to want to look for 3 green. Sorry, a 3 blue. I had a 3 blue helmet. I fucking vendor Allie, you idiot. Let's see. Do we find a... No, find 3 blue here. But you're going to try to look for 3 blue. I guess I could try to chrome this and see what we have. I bricked it. Unlucky. Unfortunate. But yeah, once you get a 3 blue, put elemental focus on your RF. Let me just grab both of them ahead of time. And I just put them in some random blue sockets. Well, put one on Scorching Ray. And then that way they can at least level a little bit. All right, we're going to go back to Western Forest. And then we're going to go to the side of the road that the waypoint's on. So on the right. So we're going to the right. And then we go talk to Alira. And we're going to be helping Alira. Later in the season, we're going to be swapping off of Alira to Aramir for +1 passive point. But for now, especially on League launch, no, don't kill her. Help her. Gonna give you +15 all res. For Leaguestarts, +15 all res is way too good to pass out on. And, you know, we're playing RF, so that's 15 additional regen. Fucking fire resistant pack. Unlucky. Sorry, dot multi as well. Yeah, sorry, to go back to talk about gear. Starting at level 44, if I'm not mistaken, is when you can start rolling damage over time multiplier as well. It is quite rare, but yeah, if you do see damage over time multi, that's also good. Ideally, you're just looking for a +1 weapon. If you happen to find a +1 Spectre, you're just going to run that all the way until maps anyways, because it's going to give you the most damage possible. And you're just going to want to craft some like spell damage or fire damage on and call it a day. All right, we're going to kill that girl. Click the little thing, and then we're going to go back to Act 1. Over to Lion's Eye, and then talk to Beastill, and then it's a passive point. Cool. So outside of a few more things we have to change in Act 3, our build is kind of done, which is kind of neat. You know, the hard part was getting through Act 1 and Act 2. And then after you finish up Act 1, Act 2, the rest of it is really comfy. Did we not change items after Act 3? Not really, no. The only thing is, like, you can add a golem in Act 4 if you want to. It's mentioned in the build guide, but I know some people don't like having to constantly pay attention to the golem dying, so it's optional if you want to bother. And then we also get increased AoE in Act 4, and that gives you an alternative of looking for 4 blue instead of 3 blue, 1 red for your RF links. But yeah, nothing else changes otherwise. It's just a case of in Act 6, we're going to stop and buy all the skills that we need to level to get ready for Impending Doom. But otherwise, yeah, literally nothing changed. We unlock everything we care about up until then. Oh, sorry. No, there's one potential other change. If you have 3 blue, 1 red, you do swap to burning damage in Act 6 from life tap on your RF. We could do an Act 3 technically if we do Theosa, but that's just a waste of time. And the difference isn't that big. So we're just going to stick to life tap until we just get pieced by burning damage from Lily. Not worth wasting your time over. Oh, what? Am I? Oh, I got like stuck on the corner and I couldn't click the... Okay. I thought I was lagging for a second. We put passive points in as well. We get +3 maximum fire res. So now our RF is degenning us even less. So we technically have even more regen now to work with, which is nice. One thing you're going to notice about leveling with this is you're really tanky. like really tanky. In the last like practice run we did, I literally face tanked every single ability Omnitech did. All of it. His slam, his like falling rocks, his minion. I didn't move out of anything. You don't need to. You just have that much regen. Very silly. Let me put on the life flask as well. We don't need 2 mana flask anymore. Now, obviously, it's dependent on how much fire res you have at that point, but that's basically your experience through the whole story. Is you just ignore the monsters. They can't kill you. You have too much regen. It's quite fun. Okay, the only thing I can kill you is coming across a monster that applies fire exposure, because then they'll, remove like 30% of your fire res. So if you're not like super overcapped, it'll put you under 75, and then you'll start degenning from your RF, and your RF will kill you. It's very funny. Is a really silly problem to have. Okay, just to make sure we're following exactly what I put in the build guide. What did I say do for Act 3? Okay, we're going upbees. Sure. At that point. And again, like I mentioned, if I ever do anything in this leveling run, I believe I told people to like get vitality in Act 1. I think I completely forgot to. But if I ever do anything that like the guide says to do, please just follow the written guide. I'm trying my best to remember everything I put in the path of building off the top of my head, but it's a little bit difficult to remember, a whole leveling run perfectly by memory. And it's like, even then, you don't have to do everything perfectly, right? Like, even if I completely forget to do something or skip something, it's gonna be just fine. So it doesn't have to be to T. If I do go Flame Golem. Path ability like the Chaos Golem more for a single target, but either are fine. Yes, I think that the guide tells you to do the Chaos Golem, so Chaos Golem. Cup Dasher work in the campaign. It's just a free ball orb. That's all. Nothing else special about it. Can we go this way? Yeah, we can. Oh no, we can't. Allie, how many times have you done the campaign? You should know that specific doesn't go that way. The hallway. Especially Leaguestart, whatever looks the most fun to you. I feel like a lot of people make too much of a big deal of having to pick like the most optimal. Like, that's one thing I actually really hate about like PoE in general. This is less of a problem in other ARPGs, but like in PoE, everyone's so worried about being like as optimal as possible at all times. And it's like, man, I wish people just picked whatever looked fun to them. And I get it. It's because PoE is kind of a garbage game to where a lot of stuff just sucks. And like, it's easy to just play something that's awful and then you have a bad time. And then like, you don't want to redo the campaign. You don't want to, deal with whatever sucks. And it's like, then you're kind of bricked. And I get it. Like, I fully get it. But it's just like, I don't know, man. I wish more people just played something because it looks fun. Like, I used to be like that. I used to be like, oh, we can only play the most optimal thing ever. If this thing isn't the most broken thing ever at like level 83, I don't want to play it. Anyways, to answer your question, if you've looked at a bunch of different build guides, pick whatever one looks fun to you. A lot of the stuff is still the same from last season. There's a lot of really new, interesting new stuff that's happening this season too. Like, I am playing the new Ascendancy, and we're playing a life stacking Reliquarian, and we're playing Impending Doom. So that's fun that we get to try new stuff out. But if you want to play a build from last season, you get a chance to. It's like a viable league starter. Yeah, just send that and have fun with it. Reasons to go for this build in 3.28. It's fun. I want to play Impending Doom again. I like stat stackers, and I've never league started a life stacker before, so this is a chance for us to league start a life stacker. That's it. That's legitimately as much thought as I put into my builds. Is I want something that can meet my like 19 point checklist of things a build has to do. And then as long as it meets a 19-point checklist, all I care about is, it's something that's neat and interesting and has like cool interactions. Well, most of the points at checklist are kind of cool interactions, right? But like, I'm just playing this because I haven't played Impending Doom in like 2 years. People literally ask me every season to play this build. I have never started a life stacker as a league starter before, so that's a new experience. I enjoyed playing life stacker in Frisia. And, you know, there's lots of potential for what we can do with this build in the late game if we want to try some stuff out that's on Impending Doom. No. Alright, anyway, so we kill Oversoul, and then we're going to log out. Amulets. Log out, log in. We can quickly vendor all this stuff as well. I still don't have 3 green. Actually, we do have the shield. I'm gonna keep that and see if we can chrome it into 3 green. That's a lot of life. We should put that on over this. Yeah. That's a bunch of life as well. This is life too. Alright, we'll just vendor everything else. That's fine. Alright, let's put this on. Oh, one thing I did forget to grab. A faster attacks for a leap slam.
Hello.
Man, this is not my finest work. I'm sorry. Bat, let's grab a faster attacks while we're here and link this to leap slam. I don't have any space to put it right now, but ideally we would want to put that on there because it'll make it a lot faster.
Farewell.
All right, let's just quickly check in Tarley again to see if he has a 3 blue anything. Nope, doesn't look like he does. Okay. You can check in Act 2 really quickly as well. It is a 30% DPS increase to have 3 blue. Which, you know, lets you kill enemies by being near them for a slightly shorter period of time. Alright, nothing here either. I guess we could try 3 blue this. Or it's a wisdom.
Travel far.
It's not gonna okay, nice, it happen. Cool. Alright, I could put my RF in here with efficacy and elemental focus. And then we could put Scorching Ray in there with LE focus. And then the vitality can just... Oh, and I'll keep the shield for later. So we can shield charge. Alright, now we can just go to Act 3. Yeah, my RF does like 30% more damage now. And a pod. And vitality as well. And you will notice a pretty large difference when it comes to like how fast like enemies die, right? You have to like... Sometimes you have to like linger around for like a second for an enemy to die. And yeah, you kind of have to stop. Wait, you don't have to stop as often with RF. The same about weapons swap movement skills. Just take the 3-4 hour campaign. Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it, you know. I don't know. Like for example, you know, going back to what we were saying earlier, I don't think I would have ever played this build like a year or 2 ago. I think I would have been I would have cared too much about, oh, the campaign's taking too long or whatever. Act 1 was too miserable or whatever. It's like, I feel like a lot of people have the same like thought process, and it's like, I feel like it stops you from just having fun more often than not. It definitely does for me. Like I've been having, ever since I started changing like my my thought process when it came to stuff like this and like Leaguestarts. I guess it also came with like experience, right? Like I can be more casual about what I do because I have more experience with the game, so I can make it work. So, you know, I guess it's probably a part of why like some people care so much is like, you know, they want to play something optimal so they have a better time because they might not necessarily know how to make it work, you know, under any certain, you get the point, right? So maybe that's a part of the reason why like the greater community is like that. But the point is I've personally started having a lot more fun just doing whatever seems fun to me and just accepting being a little bit inefficient. You know, I used to be worried about making sure I always got a mage blood and a mirror worth of currency by the end of week 1. Like if I didn't do that, I felt really bad, you know? It's like I realized that like, hey, I can just be more casual about it. I can just have fun and, you know, do more stuff that seems interesting to me rather than necessarily do optimal stuff. And like I can still get my mage blood week 1 and I can still get, you know, either a mirror worth of currency or the majority of a mirror worth of currency, and, you know, I'm more than happy with that. Like I don't, you know, need to force myself. There's a, all right, to talk about leveling, there's another lab trial in this area. Make sure you stop and do it. You'll see a bunch of levers all over the place to see where the book is. That's the entrance. Just make sure you stop for it. Anyways, you know, like I've learned to be happy with just like getting a portion of a mirror and, you know, my mage blood, and, you know, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. You know? And then that way I, you know, end up having more fun. We're a deep delve. Yep, I used to be a deep delver back in the day when that was the thing. Recently, ever since like the delve nerf, I think the furthest I've gone was like 2.5k in one season. I haven't bothered going down to super low depth in a while. But you know, I am a delve enjoyer. I might actually be doing quite a bit more delving this season. with the delve changes. They look very enticing. Like, I actually think I will, for once, do it instead of just saying, yeah, we'll do it and then not delve. All right, we get the bracelets, and it's time for the last bit of gem changes to our builds. So we're going to go talk to Clarissa. She's going to give you the keys. Let me vendor all this stuff as well. Oh, hey, yeah, we're using white scepters, right? So 24, we can put that on, and that's actually a pretty big DPS increase, where we get 28 and 16 versus just 12. Oh, those gloves are really good too. I'll keep those. I don't have space to put those on, but those. All right, we're going to talk to Maramora. And from Maramora, we are going to take a flame ability.
Goodbye.
And then we're going to come back to Clarissa. And from Clarissa, we are going to purchase ourselves a Purity of Elements. Now, to go along with this, you probably have a bunch more currency at this point, so it's more reasonable for you to do this. I guess I'll go buy all the gems, but I can't currently put them on. But what we want to do in Act 3 is we want to swap over from Scorching Ray to Fire Trap. So let's at least go buy all the gems for them so we have them. And then we'll swap as soon as we can. But Fire Trap is a significantly stronger single target skill to go along with RF. It's just, again, you didn't really have the currency to make it happen. So anyways, let's at least buy a Fire Trap. And then we're going to also buy a Life Tap while we're here. And then we are going to go to Act 2 and buy ourselves a Trap and Mind Damage. So the ideal linkage for this is 2 green, 1 red. But there's a bunch of different options. You can also do concentrated effects if you need, right? So you can go for green, blue, red, or green, green, red. Both are solid options. I guess, do I have space to put it anywhere right now anyways? No. So I guess it doesn't really matter what I get. I guess we'll just buy Trap and Mind Damage. We'll just buy Trap and Mind Damage, and we'll just hold on to it, and we'll swap to this setup once we can. Yeah. I can go check Hargan really quick as well. You should do this in general. Every time you have to come back to the Act 3 town, come over to Hargan and see if he has 4 links. Because he can sell you 4 links starting at this point to be anything. No. Like it. We do have double red green. We can't use that. Is there anything else here? Oh, we do have a 4 link actually for an Augie. Cool. Well, there's our 4 link for RF. So with this, we're going to put this on. And in this, we're going to put Righteous Fire, Elemental Focus, and Efficacy. And then we're going to put in a Life Tap. So I guess we can use that Life Tap for now. And let me go grab another one. Act 1. Your options is specifically just this. You have to get a red for Life Tap. There's literally nothing else you can put in there. You can put Concentrate Effect, but that's going to feel awful. That's, in my opinion, not viable in this. The reduction AoE is going to feel like complete garbage.
Take care.
No. All right. Let's move on to Act 3. There's more that we got to talk about in Act 3. We'll talk about it here in a few levels when it comes up. But the point is we grab Flammability and Purity of Elements. You're going to put these on as soon as you can at level 24. I guess let me just go kill like 3 monks. Talk about it then. And then, you know, we grab their Fire Trap and whatnot, and we want to swap over to Fire Trap as soon as we can. Right now, I'm just going to put all these in here just so you can level, right? I just put all the skills in different slots. We're not going to bother pressing Fire Trap or anything, but, you know, they might as well gain experience while we're waiting to find a item where we can link them together. All right, so let's go kill like 3 monsters really quickly and swap over our aura.
For the mess you leave behind.
Hondas, thank you so much, dear Katie. Sorry, I have all the alerts turned off so it doesn't get in the way of the video, but thank you. I do appreciate that. Very nice of you. All right, so we're 24. So with 24, we're going to drop Vitality. We don't need that anymore. We're now going to put in Purity of Elements as our new aura to go along with Summon Skitterbots. This is simply just better. Oh, it's linked to Life Tap. Don't do that. But this is simply just better, and it makes you immune to elements. And then we're going to put in Flammability wherever we can. So now, in terms of skills for you to press, you have your Leap Slam and your Frostblink for mobility. You have Scorching Ray, which is going to turn to Fire Trap for single target. You have RF, and then you have Flammability as a debuff onto enemies. You only need to press it for rares and bosses. Everything else just dies without worrying about it. My passive points until we get a little bit more.
If left to its own devices.
All right, so after doing that waypoint, you need to find all the busts in this area. There was one at the start. There's one either, and then the other 2, one's going to be towards the exit, and then the other one's going to be down here towards Cassia. The way you know where it is based off of how big this room is at the beginning. Oh god, I always get, you know, I'm just gonna tell you, just go down towards the right to see if your bus is over there. If it's not over there, if it was right at the start, then go uppies, or, you know, you'll find both uppies. It's I believe, big room. If this first room is big, that means it's up. If this room is tiny, then that means it's down. I forgot. I always get it mixed up. It's either big room is up or down, and then small room is the other direction. I always forget which one is which. Either way, always just check down / to the right after the waypoint to see if your bus is over there. If it's not, just go uppies. No. Okay. And then I can put the scepter on as well, which is a really big DPS increase over what we currently have. Increase. Cool. Alright, so we're just looking for...
Far too much baggage.
All we're looking for now is just a 4-link for Fire Trap, ideally, or just even a 3-link. Alright, we have another lab trial up here. Again, I'm going to skip it just for the sake of saving time. So after this waypoints, down here in the catacombs, there will be another lab trial for you to do. You are going to get baited in that area a few times. There's a bunch of different lore items all over the place that have the same icon as like the lab book. So just take your time and make sure you find the lab trial in that area and actually complete it. Otherwise, we're just going to find the exit. PoE question, can you get Maven in your RAM T16 map with the wish system? If yes, we'll have memory phase. No. No, Maven, it's only monsters from Feared, if I'm not mistaken. Out of like the bosses that can be summoned. And yeah, if I miss something in chat, sorry, just yell at me. It's a little bit hard to pay attention to chat while also making sure that we're being efficient here. I've already like... I'm already a little bit like, if we had more time, I think I would have like redone this leveling run. I'm not happy with how Act 1 turned out. It was a little bit Pepega, but you know, it is what it is. We gotta send this one. Anyways, we grab the ribbon spool. Make sure you grab this waypoint and then down and just go in a straight line. Yeah, I'm not happy with Act 1. I definitely could have made it a little bit better. I tripped over my words a few times. I think I forgot to mention, you know, like 1 or 2 things. I forgot to mention to get faster casting, and I forgot to mention to grab a vitality. My explanation of swapping to RF wasn't the greatest. I'm sorry. We are just very pressed for time. One thing I'm not happy about this build guide and this season has been the amount of time I've had to work on it. Because typically, when it comes to a build guide, I will start working on it, you know, the moment I figure out what we want to play. And typically, I have enough information from what we get, you know, in the reveal live stream to know what I want to play. But this time around, because we want to play the new Ascendancy, and because we were not given enough information about the new Ascendancy for me to know that I want to play it and know what I want to do on it, we had to start 2 days later because, you know, all the info was given to us on Sunday, and typically I like to get my build guide out on Wednesday. And because of that, you know, I've had very little time to work on all this. I've been like very, you know, stressed to get everything done in time, and I'm happy with the path of building. I'm just not happy that, you know, we didn't have more time to really make sure that I'm happy with like the leveling run. I've had effectively half of the time I normally have to work on a build guide this season for this. Okay, so we grabbed the sulfite from that area. We're gonna come back to town, get our book of skill. We're gonna check Hargan for 4 links again to see if he has anything for us. We're just looking for Fire Trap now. Does he have anything? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. And then we're going to go vendor everything. So here we're going to do something very fun.
Yes.
But we need our inventory empty for this. Cool. I also had this in my inventory. Whoops. That's better than... Okay. So at this point, you are going to have...
See you.
Sorry. Oh, actually, we need to get to... Sorry, 26? 20, okay. We need to get to 26 first. So we're going to go over to Battlefront, run through this area, and then at the next waypoint, we are going to gamble in hopes that we get a 4-link. I already have mine, but, you know, just for the sake of showing in the video, we'll do it again. So if you don't get lucky from Hargan or you don't find a 4-link on the ground, you're about to be able to have a 50-50 chance at getting it. They're testing a fix the minions won't desummon when entering Mirage deployment. Oh, that's good. Thank God. Yeah, because that was going to suck for minion builds. They have to like resummon stuff every time. or in like a few pieces. Heisting RF. So it's talked about in the Rin guide. Oh, we actually need to grab a little bit more.
Can I not
Fire
have
res,
a moment's
I'm-
respite?
No? Oh. But it's talked about in the Path of Building. But all you need to do is you just need to get the 75% fire res in Act 2 when you swap over. We just do that through our pathing in the tree and through grabbing ourselves 2 ruby rings, which we specifically do a crafting recipe for to make sure we have them when it's time to swap over to the build properly. As long as you have 75% fire res and the fire mastery that gives you 1% regen per fire res, you will have enough regen to sustain your RF. Play nice shield charge. I don't have the means to swap over to shield charge yet. But yeah, around now is when we want to swap to it. We don't swap to it in Act 1 or Act 2 because we don't have the currency to buy all the gems needed because we need to buy so many gems to begin with. But at this point is when we want to swap over. I should go do that right now, actually. Looks out. Well, we'll make the swap over here in a second. Well. Have to go finish up this area and then we can. Okay. Okay, so we talked to Diala. She's gonna give you an amulet. I'd recommend to grab the strength amulet if you don't need anything in particular. Or no, so just grab the int amulet because you're likely gonna be missing int. So if you grab the strength one, you're gonna brick yourself.
I like you. A dash.
And we also grab this.
You may go.
Roll anything on it? No. Man, it'd be nice. Oh yeah, we got. Oh no, we did put on the 15. All right, we're gonna come back to town. And it's time to do some gambling, in hopes that we get a 4 link.
Hello.
So, you need to be specifically level 26 for this. You do not want to do this before level 26 because you will have significantly worse odds of doing what we're about to do. Okay. Do I need to keep those? Do I care about those colors? Not really. I want to keep those. All right.
See you.
So, at level 26, you're going to come over to Maramora.
What do you
And
want?
you're going to gamble for items. Come over to page 3, and you're specifically going to gamble for energy shield gloves. You should have enough gold to be able to gamble, I want to say, like 5 or 6 times or so. Basically, you have about a 50-50 chance that through all the glove gambles you're about to do, you're going to get a 4-link pair of gloves from her. In my case, I happen to get a 4-link already, so we're just going to keep using this helmet with RF in it, so I don't need to do this. And if you are in the same position to where you happen to grab one, you can instead gamble for Fire Trap. So for Fire Trap, we'd want to gamble for armor and evasion items. In my case, I have these gloves which are pretty decent, which I'd like to put on, so I'm not going to do that. But I guess we could do our chest plate instead, although this chest plate has a lot of life on it. Yeah, that's probably the best place because we have movement speed on these boots and we do not want to get rid of movement speed boots. So yeah, let's just go gamble for some armor evasion. I believe we get like 6 clicks in total. I don't remember exactly how many, I'm sorry, but we're just gonna throw and there we go. We got a 4-link. Fortunately it sucks, but hey, it is what it is. So with this, we can now swap over to Fire Trap. I sold my, no, I didn't sell. Okay, so we put Fire Trap in here. And then we put Life Tap, Trap and Mind Damage. And in my case, I have a red. And with red, we're going to go grab ourselves a Cruelty. I didn't actually tell you where to grab these supports. Whoops. I believe Cruelty is an act. Now we have a 4-link, so we can now swap over to Fire Trap. Where's an act? It's an act 2 gem. Yeah, there's a bunch of different options for what to do for Fire Trap. You know, they're all here. As long as you can do Fire Trap, Life Tap, everything else is whatever. So as long as you have a green, red 4-link, you can make it happen. Oh, where's Cruelty? Okay, so we have a 4-link. Slap that on. And then we can move Purity of Elements into there. And I guess it's time for us to also swap out to a shield now because we ideally want to stop using Leap Slam because Leap Slam is quite slow. So Do I have space for this anywhere? I don't. Let's actually look for a new shield. What we need is a red-green shield ideally. Or just red-green anywhere. So can I quickly find red-green? Nothing there. Okay, well, I'm gonna use 2 gambles, so I'm just gonna go back to Maramora. And quickly gamble for a shield.
What is it?
Because I would technically have like 3 or 4 more gambles. We just want armored evasion shield. Unlucky. Cool. Alright, that works. Well, alright, we'll do a 27. But we just want to put a shield on, so then we can start using shield charge, which go to Act 1 and quickly grab. And then we can link our faster attacks to it as well. This is a whole lot better than Leap Slam. It feels a lot better to use. And you are going to play it in the exact same way
God has
that you
abandoned
play...
us.
Oh, sorry. We should also grab a steel skin while we're here. I completely forgot to mention this. Grab a steel skin,
Take care.
and then we're going to go over to Act 3. But you're going to play the same way. You start shield charging, and then you can Frostwink in the middle of it to cancel it. And it's very, very fun. So we're going to also grab
What is
ourselves a
it?
steel skin and a automation. And then
Be
link these
careful.
2 together whenever you can. Hold up. We can drop belly focus as well. Let me all this shit in my inventory.
Be careful.
That link automation and steel skin together whenever you can. Can I make it work in my case? I can once I swap the leap slam. You don't need it, but it's a really nice defensive layer to have if you have additional space for it. Otherwise, let's go get one more level done really quickly. Swap over to... Does spell damage do anything for RF? Yes. Spell damage does work on RF. Added spell damage? No, but percent spell damage does work. The only 2 stats, well, technically 3. The only 3 stats that skill RF at a low level like this is fire damage, spell damage, and your life pool. There is damage over time and damage over time multiplier, but I don't... Oh, I got rid of fire trap on here. I don't believe you can get damage over time yet. You can get damage over time multiplier. It's like, you cannot get damage over time multiplier until level 44, but I'm not sure if you can get damage over time. I think you can roll damage over time this early. But it is also a little bit... Why did we kill grab at this? Yapping so attention.
Men like you.
At this point as well, once you swap over to Fire Trap, you are going to notice your life is going to start moving a little bit because we are life tapping the Fire Trap. So I'm spending 54 life every time I cast it, which is 1% of my current health. So if you don't have a lot of fire res, it might be worth it to go to your hideout really quickly and just craft life fire res on a bunch of items. Even if you have a decent amount of fire res, it's still a good idea to quickly stop and do it right now. It'll make everything feel very, very, very comfortable. It's always a good thing to do is the point. Seen this? No, can't look right now, Fluff. I'm sorry, we're recording stuff. So anything outside of just playing the game and yapping the chat, I can't do until we finish. I can look at it after my stream, I guess, once we finish the leveling run. I cannot... Allie, oh my god, I cannot click. It is impossible to click. Okay, we just need to kill like 2 packs. Alright, put the faster attacks in there, put the shield charge in here, put that on over that, put the new life flask on. That's the bigger one, right? And then put steel skin in there, put automation here together, and then we could put skitter bots over there, and then we can just drop scorching ray completely. We need to move Frostblink to there. Alright. Make sure you turn on your automation. Automation just like an aura, and it'll just automatically cast Steel Skin for you. You can completely drop Leap Slam. You don't need that anymore. And now we are just shield charging and then frost blinking during it as well. And let me go quickly craft some fire res on my that I would. I hate this hideout. You can't shield charge up that. Basically impossible. I do need to grab a new belt at some point too. Alright, what is an open suffix? I would like to put these on. Can I move to those? No, I don't have enough blue gems. Okay. You can't put fire res on those anymore. Oh, no. All my gear sucks. Okay, we can put fire res here. For transmutes. Oh, yeah, these don't have anything on them, so we can put fire res there. Fire res here. Alright, neat. We just gained a disgusting amount of regen. That was, what, like 60 additional regen? I am now regening an additional 10% of my health per second. In comparison to what we had before. So that on its own over sustains that on its own over sustains fire traps cost on its own. All right, so we are now a whole lot faster with shield charge, like a shit ton faster, as long as you spam it with a Quicksilver active. And this is basically where RF becomes as fast as like any other leveling builds, if not faster. Like I would say, like once RF is online, you are kind of beating the majority of skills in terms of just raw speed. You know, like I just killed a pack for simply shield charging through it. You know, we now turn into a build that is just spamming its mobility skill and nothing else. It's just, you know, getting to this point is a little bit slow. You know, it's a little bit painful, so that's where we lose our efficiency. It's just an Act 1. What do you think is best start out on this Expedition Harvest? Whatever strategy you like doing. This can do everything except Legion, so just pick whatever's fun to you. I'm just going to do Harvest to begin with while progressing Tier 16. And then probably stick to it for like a few hours in T16 until I get a few upgrades and I feel comfortable to do Destructive Play. And then I'm probably going to do Destructive Play because I really like doing Destructive Play. It's fun. I literally do it on every build. The start of the season, and it's buffed this season as well, so I'm looking forward to making even more money off of it. But if you like Expedition, do Expedition. If you like Harvest, do Harvest. If you enjoy some other strategy, do some other strategy. Like if you like Essences, you know, literally 90% of all builds in PoE are good at basically every strategy with the exception of like Legion. So, you know, you don't really have to overthink it too much. Just do what seems fun to you. You know, you're going to make more money doing something that's fun to you than necessarily worrying about doing something that's optimal for your build necessarily. You know what I'm trying to say? Hi, Heidi. Please stand still. Please stand in my fire traps. Thank you. Now, the nice thing about every boss with RF is you just stand there. They can't kill you. For the most part. Depending on, you know, how much fire res you have. But you can literally just stand there. Destructive Play buffed. So they hold up. Go talk to Grigor. Get a passive points.
Be careful.
Oh, you can't just control clicker to ID. That's annoying. I want to put the gloves on at some point. Alright. We grab Amplify. Right. And we go back to Ebony Barracks. Now we go over here. So they buff Destructive Play through the Originator Waystone, right? Because all bosses can now drop... Astrolabes come from killing map bosses. And a bunch of exceptional gems are also tied to map bosses. So Destructive Play is now just going to make more money because, well, you're farming Astrolabes, which is something every single person in the game wants. And Destructive Play is going to be, you know, as far as I'm aware, basically the most efficient Astrolabe farm in the game. You know, so it's basically just another version of Scarab farming, effectively. Sorry, it's this way. You know, because it's another item that everyone's going to want for the sake of juicing. To go along with that, you can also now find, like... if a boss spawns within the Mirage, like if a map boss is within the Mirage, it should be buffed, apparently. So drop it or loot. And well, the hope is that with Maven, the Destructive Play bosses also get empowered in the same way. Right, so that's kind of neat. So we have synergy both from Mirage itself, but then Destructive Play has also just been permanently buffed due to Astrolabes and all the new exceptional gems. Which is quite neat. I thought they're going to be some huge jackpot gems. Yeah. I mean, I definitely expect a lot of the, like, really good gems to not just be, you know, basically what they're going to do with them is they're going to do the same thing in PoE too, where, you know, they're literally just lineage gems from PoE 2. Well, lineage gems, just awakened gems, but you get the point. They're reworking awakened gems to be more like lineage gems from PoE 2, where they're like highly desirable, or they add a bunch of highly desirable cool shit into it. And they're likely just going to do the same thing in terms of how lineage gems drops, where certain ones are going to come from certain pieces of content. They already, actually, if I'm not mistaken, confirmed that some of them come from like specific places. Yeah, they did. They talked about a few of them in the reveal live stream. But the point is that you know, some of the like really poggies ones are going to be tied to certain bosses, but I'm sure there'll probably be a few really good ones, like the general destructive play pool. So, you know, that's a slight buff to it, which is neat. You're missing purity of elements, I'm sure. Oh, whoops, you're right. I forgot to turn it back on. Thank you. I did not realize it was off.
Nothing more to give.
Go up the stairs to Dominus, and I am not gonna do any of Dominus's mechanics. We're gonna see if we have enough regen to live. Either we die to Dominus, or we have enough regen to face sync everything. Let's see. How much life? How much do I have? 200% fire is. 200 life regen. Okay, we might be able to face sync everything he does.
I offered the gift of exile.
Okay, well we definitely can't die to. I guess it's just like the last phase. We're not gonna die to phase 1. We're not going to die to phase 2 because I'm lightning res capped, so I can live. I say I'm not going to die to phase 1. We almost died to phase 1. Okay, so we're not going to die to phase 1 or phase 3 because we're lightning res capped. Well, we probably will die to phase 4. Please think it. One thing I like about leveling with RF is when you level your gem, at certain like level breakpoints, your RF gets slightly bigger. It's kind of fun to like click it and like look at your RF and see it just get like 1 pixel larger. I don't know. It's satisfying.
Have you ever seen the true face of God in exile?
Questionary generator? Yeah, exactly. I mean, in general, for everyone, under every circumstance, you should just rush Originator, period. Like, that's just a good thing to do. Because you're just going to make more money from whatever farming strategy you do, because now you'll start getting astrolabes, right? But, you know, for specifically, like, what's I'm looking for? Specifically for, you know, destructive play strat, then, yeah, you most certainly want to focus on it even more. All right, what did I say for Act 4 in terms of passive tree? All right, we're going to go get Hardy to make our regen feel even comfier. Right, and I did pick up Light Divinity as well, because a little bit of damage and the strength and int helps in some cases. Well, guys, spell damage works because either PoE thing is broken, increased spell damage does not work. Just normal, generic, increased spell damage. Right? No added damage. Added damage to spells does not work. Specifically, just increased spell damage. Alright, cool. We just facing Dominus. Oh no, we can't. I only had 1 life flask. Either I die or Dominus dies. Dominus was victorious thing. Unlucky. Okay, if I literally moved for like 1 second and dodged like 1 auto attack, I would have not died there.
I prefer the view.
It is what it is.
I've killed the puppet.
The overview? I'm not sure what PoE
Now I just
overview
need to
is.
follow the strings.
There's so many third-party tools for PoE. Oh yeah, we also need to go grab Shaper. I'm gonna go grab Shaper first. Shaper basically fixes your mana.
Far too much.
So it just makes shield charging around a whole lot comfier. Oh nice, we got Scour. That's
I
great.
have nothing more to give.
Because my gear kind of sucks. And, you know, it's kind of bricked. Because we, you know, it's just like my helmet, for example. You know, we can Scour it and then Alk it if we get an Alk later. Either way, our build at this point is basically done. Right, outside of like adding in shield charge and fire trap in the middle of Act 3, straight up nothing else is going to change about our build. So now it's just yapping for the next like 2 hours while we get to Act 10. The only other thing to mention, I guess, is going to be in Act 6. We are going to grab a bunch of gems to start leveling for the sake of getting ready to swap to Impending Doom. But otherwise, this is the build. This is it. Your leveling experience is just this. As long as you focus on getting health on your gear, but as long as you're upgrading your gear like you should be, to increase your health, to increase your righteous fire damage, you don't have to have a single thought in your brain. You're just simply running at each objective in each zone.
The Empire didn't need a cataclysm.
And that's about it.
It created its own desolation.
I fix mana issues. You're gonna have to use your mana flask while leveling, you know, the whole way through. It's just we're gonna go pick up Shaper, and this gives you 40% mana regen, and that by itself takes care of a decent chunk of your mana cost. I'm an idiot, and I'm leveling my Frostblink, so my Frostblink has a significantly higher mana cost than it really should. You know, We should just be leaving it level 1, so I'm making my mana problems worse for myself. But with Shaper, you can basically ignore mana for the most part. Might have to tap your mana flask every now and then if you have like a particularly large portion where you just like shield charge and frostwing like 3 times in a row. Or like 5 times in a row.
Far too much baggage.
Or
Sin
that.
is the crack through which
Sure.
nightmares. We hope
Right.
we marry.
Hi Lottie, hello, thank you.
You will be remembered.
Well, anything in here? No. Okay, that's a lot more life. Alright. I think we have a few chromes, so we could try putting that on, I guess. Of all this as well. Alright, well, we don't need these gloves anymore. Do I have a jeweler? I don't have a jeweler. Can I move stuff around? I can't move stuff around. Do you happen to just have
What do you
movement speed
want?
boots? Don't happen, just... You have movement speed. But I was hoping we get more... Go craft movement. Good. We'll just put it on later.
You will be
Okay,
remembered.
what is?
Look.
That is what... I'm pretty sure it's spelled... Oh, you're right! Nothing skill... Yeah. No,
Beast
wait.
knows that I'm here.
Huh? Have I just been wrong this whole time that percent spell damage does not work on RF? But it's a spell. Oh, because it doesn't have increases to... Right. It used to. Right, when they nerfed RF. I swear RF used to have increases and reductions apply, say, to spell damage applies to its damage over time. Am I just remembering things incorrectly? Am I being a dummy? I swear I remember spell damage scaling RF. Whoops. Oh, so Pablo, thank you. You're fucking cute. Alright, this time around, we will make sure to not miss Deshette in this area. There is a spirit you gotta talk to in the mines. So make sure you go find it before you leave this zone. There'll be a exclamation point like that. You'll likely just end up running across it while just progressing through the zone like normal, but just in case you don't, make sure you stop and click on the spirit, and then you can move on as well. Maybe before expedition. Yeah, like maybe I'm just misremembering RF and I never realized that this spell damage roll is gone, but I swear RF used to scale off a spell damage. I guess I just never noticed. Alright, in terms of our first lab, we can kind of do it whenever. You could have done it earlier if you wanted to, like in Act 3, but for Scion, XDD, and as Reliquarian, we're going to get 2 whole passive points. It's like 2 passive points is decent, you know, but it's not like mandatory to immediately do it. One thing you could do for your lab if you really want to is you could just skip it and do your first lab when you do your second lab at the end of Act 7. You know, like that is also fine. You're not going to really miss out on that much. I guess we'll just do it. I don't know. We'll do it here in a little bit, I guess. Yeah, we'll just do an Act 7. Yeah, might as well. But, you know, if you want to do it already, you can. You know, it'll make leveling a little bit better. The points are still 2 passive points. RF does not scale spell damage, only... Whoops. That is my bad then. If it's a spell, therefore spell damage. No. It's a damage over time. And basically every damage over time skill in the game has the line on it that specifically says increases and reductions to spell damage also apply damage over time. But, they removed it off of our end, or just never had it. And I am actually going senile. And I'm making shit up. Hey, plan sending me an ascendancy for this first trial run? You don't. We don't need to. I'll just pick up bats. You know, same thing. Like the only difference is you'd be slightly faster. It's not okay. The Scion ascendancy is not very good anyways, so it's not like we're missing out on anything. Like, even if I actually picked up useful passive points, there is basic, like, what can I pick up? I can pick up like Inquisitor, I guess. You know, the point is there's nothing useful anyways. For Scion, like you typically play Scion for its, you know, ability to do dumb shit rather than necessarily its ascendancy, depending on what you're playing. And whatnot, but you know, I'm just gonna grab random garbage. It's, you know what? I think it'd be funnier if we just don't bother ascending. It's not like it'll make a difference anyways. No, we should. We should. Like, the whole point of this is to, you know, ultra handhold someone who might literally have never played Path of Exile through how to level this. So I should show them how to do lab rather than just, like, not doing it to meme. So we'll go ascend. Alright, we'll just go do it once we finish up these two areas, I guess. In essence, it does something to RF, or do you just benchcraft something? No, you just benchcraft fire, I can't speak. You just benchcraft fire res in all of your gear, or life, if you don't need more fire res, if your regen feels comfy, and then you put fire damage on your scepter. That's about it. Otherwise, you know, we're just scaling off of just life. Nothing else. Alright, let's go pick up Hardy. So we have even more regen. Yeah, I guess, like, you know, my health is a little bit low. Like, my life regen is low. Hardy is disgusting. Hardy is gonna effectively... I don't think it's gonna double my life regen, but between the plus 50 from the mastery and, like, Hardy's multiplication itself, we are gonna gain quite a bit. I would say it's gonna be at least, like, 30% more regen than what we currently have. Kinda neat. Pretty good. Ow. I went to the wrong one for wrong side. I went to the wrong one, period. Allie, you're supposed to be a professional playing this video game. Idiot. Never played. Oh god, that's true. Yeah, if someone is completely new to the game, I completely forgot about that. That you have to get to Act 3 to be able to make a Scion if you've never played a Scion before. Well, you have to get to Act 3 and unlock her out of the cage. I forgot that's a thing. Oh, that's so dumb. We went the wrong one. Allie. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, wait, no, Allie, what are you doing? I'm tired, okay? I've gotten very little sleep the past few days. Don't judge me too much. No, we're gonna use the excuse of I am purposely going as slow as I can, just to make sure people can follow along. You know, we're saving the speed run for okay, but like realistically, that is also true. Okay, like I'm not gonna necessarily try hard too much on anything other than like the actual Leaguestart run itself. I guess in terms of speed, how fast do we think I can level on launch? So it definitely won't be like the, I don't know, I think it was like 4.5-ish hour run that we did on KB, including Heisting. Because it's definitely a lot slower at the beginning. But I think like 5 hours is probably pretty reasonable, I think. Probably sub 5. No, definitely sub 5. Yeah, that'd be really slow, even for me. Okay, we get, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe it might be close to KB, right? It might be around like 4.5-ish hours, including heist time. Because this is going to have to do a whole lot less heist than that build did. But yeah, I don't know. See tomorrow what happens, right?
Love was the blade.
Log out. Hi, Gates.
Deshret, I'm watching you. Yes.
Vendor all this. What do we have in here? No. No. That's a lot of life, but that's where our 4-link is. I should stop by an essence monster if I see one, just so we can grab an essence and just chuck it at shit. See what we get. Alright, we're gonna go over to the other side really quickly. Talk to the Stoonie. Grab her
Life will
focus.
go on.
And for help. Helms. And
I stand within the tortured mind of
launch is
Cont
actually
herself.
okay. Yeah, I did notice that. The League launch is at a really good time. It's at 2 p.m. for me instead of the normal like 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. That is another. Cause I mean, I guess like, well, I guess EU doesn't have daylight savings time, huh? Yeah, it is just an hour earlier than normal, at a minimum, which is nice. I get why the times are so shit because, you know, they need to actually be in the office and whatnot. But it's like, I kind of wish they just like got in the office super early in the morning and just started every season. Where am I going? I wish they just started every season like 2 or 3 hours earlier. Like last Epoch starts their seasons at noon because they're a US based company. So, you know, they aren't getting into the office at 5 in the morning. But, you know, for GG, for them, the season basically starts at like 7 in the morning or some shit, you know. But I do wish they just like
I have nothing more to give.
pushed it like an hour or two even earlier. It'd be nice. Hey, for tomorrow? Oh yeah, I'm very excited for tomorrow. I'm excited to play Impending Doom again after 2 years. It's gonna be fun. I am very much looking to it. What level am I? We keep. Oh, we need to kill a little bit more stuff. Much. It says that one small issue with RF is like if you try to run a little bit too fast or everything, you're not gonna like fully kill stuff. You're just gonna get it low, and it's like, well, you can't XP. It starts at 4 p.m. Yeah, like luckily, like it's fine for the for US, but like it sucks for Europe. Right, for Europe, it just starts really late, and it's like most people will just like get through the campaign and they just go to bed. And it's like if you want to get ahead of the economy, then it's like you have to pull an all-nighter. I mean, you want to pull an all-nighter anyways, even if you're in the US, but it's like it's just even worse in the EU, right? And like you have to fuck your sleep schedule. That's the problem as well. Like if you're playing this from the US, you can very easily level on Lee launch, get to T16s, you know, feel accomplished for the day, you know, make a few divs, convert it to, sorry, make a few divs worth of chaos, convert it to divs, sit on it, and then go to bed and have a great time. And then, you know, not fuck your sleep schedule for it. But like if you're playing from EU, yeah, it's either stay up until 8 in the morning or you're behind. You know, that may or may not matter to you. But, you know, for some people they care, and yeah, it just sucks. It just sucks. Hey. Alright, we got Hardy next door. Region's about to go. It's always like 7 p.m. for me because you're working before that. Yeah, I guess that's the other problem, right? Like, if it started any early for EU cucks, then you'd have to like take the day off, which sucks. But I guess like most people take the week off or like the weekend off for League launch anyways. Because it's a Saturday. Yeah, I can't do that, man. Not only does that really fuck with making videos, like I cannot put out day one update if I do a 24-hour stream, but then it just makes me so tired as well. Because like I can't just do a 24-hour, like, you know, like I have to basically stream for like 30 plus hours if I do that, because I need to not fuck my sleep schedule over. And if I need to not fuck my sleep schedule over, if I were just, you know, do a 24-hour stream and go to bed, well, that puts me at, you know, when League launch happens, which is in the middle of the day. And what am I going to do? Go to bed? No. I'm going to, you know, keep playing. And it's like, I might as well stream it. And it's like, you know, every time I've done one, it's always just felt bad. And it's like, I just don't like doing them. I don't like being awake for that long. It's just miserable and it's just painful. I'm literally changing a sleep schedule for it. At the moment, I want to stay up for another 10 hours and go to bed. Yeah, it just sucks that like EU cooks. I mean, like I'm sure some NA cooks do it as well, but you know, definitely like no one from the West Coast is gonna bother, because for the West Coast cooks, man, it starts at like 11 in the morning. I hate them. I wish I could just wake up at 11 and then just play the new season instead of having to wait. That sounds so nice.
Do you need help with something?
Unfortunately, you know, that's not the case. All right. Let's make a few more changes to the builds. I do have a fusing. That actually is a pretty nice hat. So we could try to put that on.
Take care.
Get lucky with the 4 links here. This way, talk about gold. You can do whatever you want with your gold. So, like in my case, you know, I could go gamble for some gloves. That wouldn't be a bad idea. And hopefully I, you know, get something good. You can gamble for like boots and stuff. Okay, you know, actually just do that. Let's go gamble for boots. I don't exactly know how much gambling. Actually, where do you even gamble in Act 4? I guess just go to Act 3. I don't know how much gold I'd have for gambling. Unfortunately, I only know the breakpoints. For how much gold you'd have like in Act 1 and in Act 2. So let's just be reasonable with it, I guess. Doesn't matter what boot type we get. I guess an armor base would be best. So let's just say we have like 10 gambles. Maybe a little bit unrealistic. I don't know. Let's just do like 4. Well, those are pretty good. All right. I'm happy with those, I guess. Call it a day there. Yeah. All right. And then we just quickly go to our hideout and craft some movement speed on the booty. All right, can I move some stuff around in here? I can move this in here, which then lets me get a new shield, I guess, because this shield sucks. Yeah, and then I can go grab myself a what do I need to? Yeah, I need a blue-green. Go gamble for like a random. I just want to get rid of these gloves. These gloves suck. We're gonna be sticking with these ruby rings for probably quite a while, funny enough. Let's grab a strengthened. Is this Ellie res as a base? And I guess we could just chrome it. Alright, let me put steel skin and automation in there. And then put these on. One in there. Oh yeah, I should go grab a new belt really quick as well. This belt is actual waste of space. Go grab a leather belt and then just craft some life on it and call it a day. Then I need some intrites. For what? Frostblink? Yeah, okay. I should not have been leveling my Frostblink. The build guide specifically I said not to. I'm an idiot and I've been leveling it. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be much lower, is it? Frostblink. Yeah, it's also level 9. God damn it. I would have not had an intelligence issue right now if I didn't do that, but I'm an idiot. I love my Frostblink. We can fix this in Act 6. For now, I just have to, unfortunately, craft int on something. I have a scour. You know, fuck it. Fuck it. Okay. Let's pretend. Okay, we're going to do a little bit pretending here. All right, we're going to do a little bit pretending here. Let's pretend I follow the guide. If not, I would just crafted int on something and it would have been fine. But let's pretend I follow the guide. Where's my currency tab? I'm blind. I am blind. How am I this blind? Where's my currency tab? Not that one. That's the wrong one. Oh, it's in, right, it's in here. Let's pretend I listened to the build guide. And, well, I guess we could have just bought a level 1. So okay, there, look. Wow, I didn't level it. I right-clicked on it and dismissed the level up instead of leveling it. Wow, how'd that happen? Sue me. I don't know. It is what it is, coward. I mean, yeah, but, you know, technically it should have just been level 1. You know, just pretend it's level 1, all right? We could do a little bit pretending. We could do a little bit of pretend. Anyways, again, I would just craft it in, call it a day. You listen to what the path of building tells you to do, line by line. I do tell you dismiss it in there, so this wouldn't have been a problem for most people. Okay, very quick thing that we have to change about the build, or not necessarily change, but we are going to come over to town after we turn in that. And from Diala, you can grab yourself increased AoE. So what this allows you to do is allows you to use this as the other alternative to life tap. You're going to lose a little bit of damage, but life tap isn't even giving you damage while clearing anyways, because you're not spamming fire trap to actually trigger the life tap. You can't trigger it through the Righteous Fire itself. But this now allows you to look for 4 blue, and then you can use increased AoE instead of life tap if you want to. You can also come to Oyun and grab yourself a Chaos Golem. A Chaos Golem. And you can put this in open slot if you have one. And it'll just give you a little bit of additional damage over time. So it's great. It's a little bit of additional damage. But it's going to die and you have to resummon it every time. So it's really up to you if you feel like dealing with the Chaos Golem. I'm not going to bother. You know, the guide says the same. Do it if you want to. Don't if you don't want to. But, you know, it's there. But at least try to you know, consider using the AoE if possible, just because honestly, you're gonna notice your clear gets a lot better with the AoE. I leveled the Frostblink. Okay, well, it's level 2 now. But it is. It is what it is. Okay, we right click it, dismiss it, and then pop up this up anymore. Yeah, because I just click like level all gems at one point act 1 and then just never noticed. Yep. Elio, thank you so much for your fucking PD. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Popping Doom during the campaign. You can if you technically want to. That's what we did when I last played Impending Doom like 2 years ago. It's just there's no point because we're playing RF, man, and like RF is really comfy, and it's like there's no need to reinvent the wheel, and it's just like there's problems with just playing Impending Doom versus. So no, we're gonna get through the campaign, do our heisting Leaguestarts, make enough money to buy Vixens from doing heists, and then we're gonna swap basically the moment we get to maps, and then we're just gonna play Impending Doom from there. It's just like you're already playing one of the comfiest leveling skills, you know, just stick with it. It's just a little bit easier. One whole portal. Unlucky. Got bomb from Lily. I mean, yeah, but you technically don't have Lily unlocked right now, you know, so no matter what, we were cheating to grab a level.
Who is the wonder child now, Scion?
Hold up, did I miss something in chat? I'm not gonna lie, first one few times actually under zone level. Yeah. Yeah, like if you run around too far, I've noticed the same. Whenever I level with RF, I'm typically sometimes under the level of the zone. Just because, yeah, it's really easy to accidentally just not kill stuff with RF, where you just like leave it alive at like 10% health. I've had the same issue. Grab Heidi. Grab Potter.
Let's not make this a habit.
Get some regen now. Pop. Heidi, would you like to stand up?
It was
Okay, Edge. That's the one thing I don't like about the leveling VODs is we have to do the later acts where nothing changes. I'm effectively just forced to play the game again, which, you know, I'm just tired of leveling in PoE because this is like my 300th character, you know, and basically nothing changes, and we're legitimately just doing it so we can talk about Heist in Act 4 and Act 6, and then the rest of it is just, I don't know, just showing people where to go. Don't know where to go. But it is the one portion of these guides I don't like doing. Just because, you know, this is typically off the back of multiple leveling runs already to test all the Leaguestart leveling just to make sure everything's good and whatnot. And, you know, like I'm doing this like really close to League launch, so I'm at this point probably sick and tired of seeing leveling, and, you know, I'm just gonna play. Path building for leveling to type exclamation point Doom. The path of building is an all-in-one path of building. Everything is in there, and as we update the builds with more stuff, you know, as we play through it on League launch, everything is still going to be in the same one path of building, right? Obviously, the link is going to change to a new one, but yeah, it's all going to be done in one path of building for absolutely everything for the builds. I hate that I can't put flammability on her. Either I die or she dies. I was victorious for once. All right, so it's 1-1. Dominus won the first time, but now we won against Theodry. Oh, right. I had a bigger mana flask. I'm still using like an Act 2 mana flask. Whoops.
Dissection time.
Forgot to swap that out. Oh god, yeah, I pressed my ability. Ow. Press my ability and lose all my. I should get another life flask as well.
The greatest form.
You not want to drop a div while testing stuff ruins the League launch? Type exclamation point mirror. I'm not gonna say anything else. Just type exclamation point mirror. I'm gonna ruin that statement for you for forever. It's such a miserable schedule. It is kind of pain. Was Holy Flame Totem buffed? They gave it extra projectiles. Doesn't really matter. So I guess it's a buff to maps, but there ain't no way you're leveling with that, man. Holy Flame Tome is a pretty miserable skill. Yeah, for context, so if people don't want to watch the clip, like 3 or 4 seasons ago when I was testing stuff in Act 4, I got a mirror to drop in standard on like my test character. Whatever. You know, it is what it is. Happens. That was, I think, what, mirror number 2 or mirror number 3? I've lost track. But I did get key charges out of it. I you know, that was neat. Ashtar early levels get some LA damage. No. Just because, like, we're just gonna grab Hardy and just go up Bs, and like there's plenty of stuff to pick up here for damage. I mean, like, we could, but I feel like it just puts everything a little bit too far behind because we're already like wasting 2 points picking up shape. But I mean, I guess like it's 2 points towards it, right? I'm pretty happy with the leveling tree. I think it's, you know, like you can go there's multiple different things you can change about it and go in different ways. I think I'm happy enough with like the pathing it chose for it. As unlucky, yeah, it is what it is, you know. But to talk about, you know, getting a div while testing a character, how about a whole mirror? Now here's the thing. I think I said in that clip, even if I did get that mirror during the actual season, I don't think I would have actually sold it. I think I would have kept it as a souvenir. You know. I think I would have liked it as a souvenir more, and you know, everyone gets to stare at a mirror in my stash the whole season. Then, kind of funny. There's a tiny node. Oh, sure. I guess there's like the one behind it, right? Yeah. How good is that node? I guess actually, with that said, the pathing that I put together in Path to Building is assuming no additional passive points from being a Scion. Speaking of which, we should go do lab. So we actually could go pick up like Ash, Frost, and Storm and still have the same pathing as we did right now. Oh, those are Pog. Alright, we could put those on. That's a bunch of regen too. Have a way to put those on though. That's also kind of neat. And 4 links. Okay, let's go do lab, just because I forgot about it. One other thing I forgot to mention about lab. In Imperial Gardens, you're meant to go do the lab trial in this area. It's from the waypoint, basically directly north. Like, if you're looking at the minimap, about where my cursor is, right, and you know, relative to minimap, this is where the trial would be. Just make sure you go and grab that and do it. And then after that, you come over to the Sarn encampment, the Act 3 town. We go up these stairs, and then you click on this thing. And it's time to get the waypoint. I guess you get the waypoint guaranteed now. Okay, lab time. So lab is really simple. Basically, you're trying to constantly go to the top right. Sometimes going top right won't get you to the correct exits, but most of the time, top right should bring you where you want to go for the most part. And then all this is we just have to get through a few zones, and then we fight a boss, and then we get through a few zones and fight a boss. And you just do that 3 times, then you win. When it comes to boss, you want to, well, I mean, we're playing RF, so it's pretty self-explanatory to stay on top of them, but you never want to not be near Azaro because he'll do like a barrage attack that can very easily kill you. I guess on this build, we're really tinky, so that's not really that much of a concern, but, you know, it's good in general to be near him because you can dodge his heavy attack like that. It's his heavy attack. By just, you know, quickly walking to the other side of him. And then that way you don't have to deal with the barrage attack as well. You know, always be on top of Bizarro. Oh yeah, how good is this degen? Oh, that's actually a pretty deep note, huh? Yeah, I guess we can go. But we're just gonna stick to the pathing that we put in the path build. Neat thing about this, doing lab with RF is all the traps do % health damage, and well, you have a lot of % health regen, just a lot of regen in general, so you kind of just get to face sync all the traps and ignore them. Kind of fun. Can you go the other way? Right. This is one of the cases where going top right is not the correct way. I guess, yeah, sure. Sounds.
I have nothing more to give.
Sometimes it's just faster just to keep that door. I say that the traps can't fucking kill you as I almost die to the traps. Okay, but to be fair, I got hit by a spinny and I was bleeding from a spike. So like that was something, man. That was some degen.
When the time
One shot
comes to
Izara.
strike,
We're dot
the
build.
Emperor
What do you
strikes without
physically you
hesitation.
cannot one shot.
An emperor is only as
No.
efficient as those he commands.
Yeah, no. Not really worth doing lab. I mean, it's a little bit different for Reliquarian because you're going to get 2 passive points versus just 1, you know, so.
Give no quarter.
But, yeah, I'd rather just do lab now for the sake of, you know, any new players that are following along. Rather than just skipping it. Yeah, I was also running with the spinny, which didn't help his arc. Can he phase?
By the goddess, what ambition!
Like the...
My 3 lieutenants remain.
I mean, yeah, like, I pretty much everyone does that anyways, just facing the traps, right? It's just with Aura, if you have the region to ignore them existing for the most part, not that. No. Makes lab come here. Oh no, sorry, it is display. An idiot. Can't tell. I haven't played PoE in like 5 months. 4 months. However long it's been. That is the one small thing I hate about playing a bunch of ARPGs now instead of just like exclusively playing PoE or just like, you know, playing PoE in like Last Epoch. I start to forget a lot of basic things about games. You know, like in PoE, even though this is like my 300th fucking character that I leveled. Oops. There's still like a bunch of stuff that I always forget when it comes to the campaign. There's a bunch of mechanics I always get messed up because every RPG has something that works slightly differently than each other. It is a little bit annoying. They're sweet. I let them high, thank you. Hate it. Or we start the trial instead of going slow, beastie. Very true. Odd. No pants. Okay, so as we get close to Act 6, we should, I guess, mention it. You should start saving every chance, infusing, and jeweler orb that you come across. You ideally do not want to use them on your gear if possible. Next season, they're going to be buffing the amount of currency you get. We don't exactly know what that entails, how much that means for the campaign. They did kind of allude in one of the interviews that like you're going to have like multiple alchemies in Act 1. If that's true, that's kind of fucked. But we don't necessarily know exactly how much more loot you're going to get. And the point is that... Well, okay, let's talk about the end of lab really quickly. I can yap about that afterwards. It's not really important right now. With the fonts, we don't really care to do anything here. I did mention in the notes section for you to potentially bring a blue gem with you to use this on it in case you end up getting one of the transfigured gems that people care about that's, you know, worth a bunch of money just to make some additional profit. But in our case, we don't care about anything. You're going to come to Altar of Ascendancy, and please listen to what I'm about to say. Do not click Ascendant. You're going to have 2 options next season. I am leveling this in 327. I do not have access to Reliquarian. But in 328, you are going to click Reliquarian and not Ascendant. Make sure you pick the correct Ascendancy. Do not... I'm about to click Ascendant as my Ascendancy because I'm leveling this before, but please do not click Ascendant like I'm about to. Do not ascend into an Ascendant. Ascend into a Reliquarian. If you fuck this up, you'll have to run lab again with all of your Ascendancy points unallocated to then get another choice again. Right? Don't click Ascendant. Click Reliquarian. Do not ascend into an Ascendant like I'm about... I have to really make it out. Okay, what the fuck am I picking? For you as a Reliquarian, you have no choice. You're getting your 2 passive points, you know, for your pathing. I guess I'm just going to take Strength and a path. Sure, let's just take that as our points. You know, so you're not going to be able to one-to-one follow my exact Ascendancy order, but that's okay because it's all mentioned in the path ability notes anyways. Just follow along with what that says, but I'm just going to make up some random bullshit, you know, for the sake of this leveling run. All right, let's go back to Act 4. Ascend and get a Reliquarian. Please ascend as a Reliquarian. Click the right thing. Alright. Wait, burn enemies RF? Yeah, RF is a damage over time skill. Okay, so back to what I was saying. So we're going to get a lot more loot next season. We don't know exactly how much more loot, but the point is you're going to get more loot. Going forward, we need to start saving our chances, our chromes, sorry, our orbs of chance, our orbs of fusing, and ideally our orbs of our jeweler's orbs as well. The reason for this is because we're going to be doing a heisting Leaguestart in this build. We'll talk about more what that entails once we get to it, Act 6. But the point is that we're going to need to buy a bunch of contracts, and those contracts are bought with chance orbs. And at vendor, out of any vendor in town, you can convert your jewelers directly into chances, and then your fusings directly into chances, and then your jewelers into fusings into chances. So the point is we want to hold on to all that to have as much orbs of chance as possible to buy as many contracts as we can. Again, we'll go over all of it once we get to Act 6, but just important to mention, hold on to your currency, or those specific 3. You know, your alterations and everything else, feel free to use as much as you want to. Feel free to do as many crafts in the crafting bench as, you know, as long as it does not use orbs of jeweler's orbs, orbs of fusings, or orbs of chance. You're free to use everything else as much as you want.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
The approaching the zone, no, we didn't get it. We didn't get a mirror, unfortunately.
Nothing more to give.
The zone did not provide my 4th, 5th mirror. Okay, how many? I always forget. How many mirrors have I seen? So I got my first one in Incursion with 30 hours of total playtime. I got my, I think the one in the clip is my second one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was my second one because that's how I got my mirror charges, like the MTX. I got my third one. Yeah, and I got my third one last season. No, 2 seasons ago in a tier 16.5 map. Right? Yeah. Okay, I've only seen 3 mirror drop. So we are now awaiting mirror drop number 4 at some point. Yeah, this one. It's kind of nostalgic playing PoE with game sounds again. Like, I remember when I first played, the thing that I liked the most in this game was Herald of Ice sounds. Like, I only exclusively played builds I could play with Heralds because I fucking was addicted to sound of Herald of Ice and it going off. Like, the first MTX I ever bought in this game was Celestial Herald of Ice because I liked the skill so much and I had such a good time with it. It was also just broken as shit back in the day. Got the 50 regen, so we're now tinky. Like, if you weren't already tinky before, you're now really tinky. But it's kind of nostalgic listening to all the sounds. All right, here, I guess we just take the ruby ring. You could also take like a 2-stone, but that's going to be a little bit less. Yeah, let's just take a ruby. And let me get rid of all this junk as well. That's pretty good, but can't really put any of this stuff on. That's the one thing I really like about PoE 2, that I fucking wish GG just put the time and effort into making it work. Oh, nice, let's get fire was on too. But I wish, and I get why they're not doing it. It would be a fucking monumental task to do this. But I wish they would just take PoE 2's gem system and apply it to PoE 1. Because, oh my god, it's so much better. It's so much better. It's so much more fun just looking at gear and seeing it as an upgrade and putting it on instead of seeing an upgrade and be like, oh yeah, that's good. If only I had the currency to be able to properly recolor it. And I guess with the currency buff that's happening this season, if it's impactful enough during the campaign, that would actually alleviate that quite a bit. You know, if we have a lot more jewelers and chances to work with. But it's like, man, it's so much nicer to see an item as an actual upgrade and just put it on because it's an upgrade rather than saying, nope, not the right colors, can't do it, you know, do not give them ideas. What, like, I don't think a single person would complain if they do that. Like, that is just a W. That is just a raw W for the game. PoE 2 bad? That's not true. PoE 2 is actually a pretty good game now. I used to be on the PoE 2 bad train, but then Abyss completely changed my opinion of it. Like, with Abyss, they did a lot of work in terms of selling me over to what their vision is for PoE 2. Like, it fixed my issues with the dog shit crafting system. Oh, sorry, non-existent crafting system in that game. I am actually quite upset that they nerfed it as much as they did this season. I don't agree with that, but you know, it didn't have a crafting system and it sucked. So, you know, Abyss fixed that for me. And then Abyss was just a fun season. The builds in Abyss were great. Abyss itself was really fun as a juicer mechanic. All the new items introduced were really neat. Like, it was just a good overall season, right? Made me really happy with the game. So, you know, I completely flipped from I hate everything about the game to I have a lot of hope, and I think PoE 2 is the future of the game, like of the company. You know, like, I'm really looking forward to seeing how PoE 2 shapes up in the future. Was a little bit disappointed with the season because we were promised the end game patch this season, and they fucking delayed that again. Whatever, that's fine as long as it ends up being good. I guess I'm okay with it. Hold up. Act 5.
With the power to make
Okay, Act 5, we're just going up each turn. You know, a little bit sad. The season kind of sucked. Like, unironically, if you were not interested in playing Druid, there was almost no other changes that happened this season. Like, over 90% of the new content this season was Druid, which is a little bit sad to think about. You know, especially with how bad temples ended up being. You know, okay, temples were broken as shit, you know, after the changes and after people realized, sorry, not after changes. Yeah, after the changes and then after people realized how to, you know, literally just abuse temples. But, like, that doesn't count, man. I don't want to say temples are good just because of the one abuse case, right? Temples are complete dog shit outside of it if you don't know about it. Yeah, for the average, like, player, that shit sucks. But anyways, like, outside of that, you know, there's basically no new content this season, so that really sucked. So, you know, lost a little bit of my hype there, but that's okay. I'm really hoping that they knock it out of the park with 0.5 and the end game changes, and then, you know, I think PoE 2 is going to be in a really good spot. The point is, I've gone from being a big doomer about it to now thinking that by the time the game launches fully, I think it's going to be in a really good spot. It's going to take them a fucking while to get there. They're way too ambitious with their timelines, that's for sure. Hey, by the way, the game was supposed to fully launch 3 months ago. The game's nowhere close to what they wanted it to be 3 months, you know? So I definitely think GG needs to take a step back when it comes to setting realistic expectations, you know? But outside of that, you know, by the time, like, we actually have the game come out of early access, I think it's going to be really good. I think I'm going to have a great time with it. I already really enjoy the game. The tablet, oh, sorry, I guess there was tablet changes this season. The tablet changes this season were fucking fantastic. Holy shit, those were good. I was someone who basically did no mapping in PoE, too. All I've done is really just farm Sims and Sekima because I couldn't fucking stand tablets and towers. And yeah, the tablet changes this season really sold me on the end game of the game. Like, I had a lot of fun with it. Well, it was the tablet change and asynchronous trade. If it was just the tablet changes with no asynchronous trade, I would have fucking hated everything about PoE 2. I would have despised this season because it would have been annoying as fuck to have to message someone, hope they want to leave their map, hope they want to trade you their shit. You know, like, it would have been annoying as fuck to buy a bunch of tablets. But, like, with asynchronous, I just click buy, go to their hideout, buy the thing, and I do my, you know, it works out really well. And, you know, it ended up being really fun. I had a good time with it. I don't know. I had fun. And I'm excited for the, like, the future updates and whatnot, you know. You know. Play the Upload Never Again. I really would recommend to give PoE 2 another go next season. It's going to be a pretty drastically different experience than we experienced in 0.1. The game in 0.1 and in 0.2 was not a video game. I'm sorry. That shit was utter garbage. You know, from like a gameplay perspective of, like, the end game, I'm sorry, that game was an utter fucking dog shit mess. Especially on top of them nerfing people's builds, which sucked. No one liked that. You know, like, it was just bad. Just bad, but not anymore, really. Pretty good now. I don't know. Sorry, let me catch up with chat. Crafting is also moving into a better direction now. We get some tools. Yeah, and, like, you know, they're going to change Expedition around, and surely Expedition, whatever they add to Expedition, is going to, you know, be neat as well. They'll eventually add Harvest, and I hope we get at least some version of the Harvest bench added in. You know, that's going to help quite a bit with crafting. Like, you'll get better, you know, like, it's not like crafting won't get better. GG loves to add a bunch of really dumb items in the game to craft with. It's just, unfortunately, it seems like they've learned nothing about making crafting accessible. And they're probably going to do the same thing like they're doing in PoE 1. Oh, Synth Implicids and Vultures. Yeah, those are only for the people who know how to make multiple mirrors every season. And they're making it even worse. They're nerfing Vultures this season, so it's going to be even more expensive. Oh, Hinakora's locks. Hinakora locks would be a massive game changer for the average player if they're worth like 5 to 10 div when it comes to making endgame gear that a lot of people will be very happy with. Nah, we're not going to make them more common. We're going to leave them exactly where they are, and we're going to make them absurdly exclusive to mirror crafting only, because fuck you. You know, It seems like they're doing the same thing in PoE 2, which is a little bit disappointing. Not happy to see that, but where am I going? Sorry, it was over here. But outside of that, I don't know. I think abyss crafting is cool. I think it's fun. And I think they did a good job with it. I just hate that they removed homogenizing. Homogenizing was good. Homogenizing was good. You know. Oh yeah, we should also up your... Oh, not for... I'm like really far behind in levels, which is a little bit awkward. We are catching up. Like, you know, this zone did catch me back up to where I should be, but I'm still levels behind, which is a little bit awkward. Temples, it was too much work and nothing. Yeah, like temples fucking suck, man. Those were awful. No, early access shield. Okay, sure, fair enough. They've been working on it for like 5 years. It is not excusable. Sure. Sure. But it's like, I don't know, the game's better than what it was. And like, you know, by the time they get to the point where, you know, they will quote unquote call it release, I think the game will overall be in a good state. You know? That's the point I'm trying to get. Is like, in another year, with another year and a half of dev, or however long they're going to take to get to the point where they're going to stop calling it early access, I think the game will be in a really good spot, and I think it'll be fun. That's at least my copium. You know, there's always a chance they could do something that completely, you know, removes my faith in the game. But I mean, that's also true in PoE 1, right? They added fucking T17s, and then I started hating the game with T17s, but it has hope right now. You know, it's good. I'm having a good time with it. Augury's deleted. Augury's still in the game, but they made it better. I launched like 5 years. Yeah, I launched 5 years. Or a small teaser including Heroic Tragedy somehow. That was a keystone PoE stackers. Oh, they're adding Heroic Tragedy this season? Oh, shit. Oh, that's what Fluff was probably trying to link me, huh? Yeah, I don't want to look at it right now because we're in the middle of like recording the leveling VOD. You know, and that takes priority, but we'll take a look after we finish. Way too overambitious or timelines? Yeah, they're way too overambitious. Like they need to calm down. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe things will get better because it feels like they've like moved their priorities around a little bit better to where like PoE 1 seems to now have a dedicated team actually, you know, putting time and effort and development into the game versus, you know, like 3 devs being told, hey, you're on PoE 1 duty, go make a season. You know, and then like their artists are forced to then, you know, make some PoE 1 assets really quickly, or to make some PoE 2 assets that they like use for PoE 1 for the season, so they have to make less PoE 1 you know, like it feels like we're getting like an actual dev team for PoE 1 again, which is good. And then, you know, that'll give the PoE 2, the devs dedicated PoE 2, you know, time to work specifically just on PoE 2. So that's good, you know. Okay, if we're getting like actual, okay, did they show the keystones? Oh, man, I kind of want to just not have it be a spoiler until I see it myself. But are they exactly the same? Did they just like show? No? Okay, what do the keystones have on them? Oh, that was a scepter back there. Whoops. Oh, I did pick up the scepter. I didn't pick, there was no scepter. Allie, you're going crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. Okay, they didn't show anything about it. I see.
Thank you. You deserve
Unfortunate then.
remember. We do.
I don't have space, do I? No, I don't have space.
Hello.
Okay, one other thing I want to mention moving forward is we are about to get to Katava, and Katava is going to eat 30 of your resistances. So if you have done 0 crafts on your gear so far, I would highly recommend... Oh, that's actually pretty good, huh? You know what? We're going to keep that. I'll put that on.
For freedom.
But if you have done literally 0 crafts on your gear, I would highly recommend for you to stop and to quickly do a craft. Let me actually try to gamble for a new helmet here. Where do we gamble here? Is it you? I'm going to gamble for an int hats. Bitch. Oh, some chaos for some... God, these are awful. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not much we can really hope for, right? Neither all those are 4 links, though. Int. Okay, well, I mean, we might as well move on to this one because we have to put AoE in there instead of life tap. That's nice, at least. I do have the scour, but I still don't have anything to craft with, so...
Freedom comes.
Okay.
For freedom.
Alright, we shall move on. We have AoE, so our RF is a little bit bigger now. What was I saying? So, oh my god, it's like a lot bigger. It's actually noticeably bigger. Oh, so let's make it not ugly. Sorry, we've been staring at ugly RF the whole time. There, we have like slightly prettier RF. Okay, what was I saying? I really hope that okay, like if we get the strength gives ES keystone on heroic tragedy, that's not gonna be okay. We are going to hit 200,000 energy shield in this build. That's a real number, by the way. We will actually hit 200,000 energy shield. 100,000 ES was already obtainable. If we get PoE 2's strength stacking keystone on heroic tragedy, we will hit 200,000 energy shield, which is quite silly. I just got what? Okay, I got chain stun. Yeah, 2 items are not that exciting. Just a corpse to summon that temp chains as Stygian Bites, 100% increase effect to socket and magic. Oh, interesting. Sure. Wait, but what's the point of that? Like, does it have like 3 sockets or some shit? Because how is that better than the unique Stygian build that already does that? It's not? Wait, so like what's the point of it then? Doesn't that just sound garbage?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
It's better because it's not unique and probably easier to get. Oh, sure. It's like a budget option or like an early game option, I guess. But it's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's a rare. Oh, neat. Okay, sure. I guess that's the purpose then. It's a slightly better Stygian if you only care about 2 mods rather than like 4 mods. Which I guess in most cases people are only getting like 2 mods on their watcher. Sorry, not their watcher. On their abyss jewels that they care about anyways. You know? And like even if you care for like added damage, right? If you want like double added damage, well it's like it has 100% increased effect. So it's basically the same thing as double added damage anyways. Yeah, it's actually really good. I like that. That's a good base. Alright, we grab that.
This feeling. Is this divinity?
Yeah, so you're gonna use like a normal Stygian and then you're gonna upgrade to that with like a 2 mod jewel that you like. And like crafting that would be really easy too. You buy a fractured jewel with one of the mods that you want, and then you just alt spam it for the second mod. Like it's a complete joke to make like the correct, you know, like blue jewel that you care about. Yeah, and it's like fractured clusters are worth nothing. Okay, you're gonna put a portal right here, and then we're gonna go literally directly down. Oh, and I managed to go grab the essence. I did wanna try rolling for a new amulet really quickly. Of course, it's fucking. Of course, it's a fire and ignite resistant essence monster. Cool. We can use a free alchemy now. I guess this won't have been an issue next season, right? If we are getting as many alchemies as you know GG says we're gonna get, you're gonna have plenty of alchs to just randomly shove on your gear, which is really neat. DPS, who's it? Listen here.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, it's not like an implicit on the item. Oh, you actually need to roll for the belt mod. Oh, ugh. Well, that's kind of disappointing then. I mean, I guess it's, or is this, sorry, is this just like a roll that can roll on any Stygian now, or is this like a special new Stygian belt? Sorry, okay, I guess if it's part of the Stygian rule in general, that's fine, I guess. You just like buy like a shitty one, and then that might be an upgrade over what you had previously. Ah, okay. How are we doing on XP? 41? Okay, so I'm still a little bit behind. We're still getting full in the world. Anna. Even leveling your free this shit? Ah, like, are you just getting to 90 for quartz? Agile words, despair. Okay, Edge. Then we go back to town. And turn this in for another passive point. Okay. And then I would love to put those on, but we don't really have a means to. That's a lot of life as well. We're still not 42 to put this on aware. Okay. Then we go take our portal back. And what are we doing here? We're just picking that up. What are we doing at 6? Getting the AoE and then we're going up. Alright, then we go up is. And we finish up this. So just a reminder again, you're going to lose a bunch of fire res here. So just make sure you probably have more than enough fire res. Right? I'm almost at, sorry, I'm at 270. But, you know, you are going to lose 30 regen is the point. After Okataba. Alright, so I guess it wasn't bad. This is what, like 2 hours and 50 minutes-ish? Like, yeah, like 2 hours 50, 3 hours to get to Act 5, which is not very fast, but the point is I'm not trying to go fast, right? I am taking my time. We're explaining everything, making sure people understand what to do. So, you know, I think for the sake of, like, the pace of what I want a leveling VOD, this is great. You know, this is not necessarily a leveling VOD of me showing you how physically, the fastest physical rate you can go. It's a fucking holding your hand to make sure that you get to Act 10 and then get to have fun in the build. That is the important thing about this. Making sure you make it to Act 10 without wanting to give up. Ritual Mirage gives me corpses, and Abysses gives Sigil special mods, one or else mechanics can drop. So we know there is a new item for Harvest that's going to give you a new craft. They have not said what the new craft is. We know there's a new essence for essences. We do know what it does. It's kind of garbage outside of like quivers, fortunately. We know there's new incubators for Legion. We saw them in the data mine or in the loot filter info. I forgot what it gives. It just says like Mirage incubator or some shit. It might just give like Mirage coins or something. What else? Like every mechanic seems to have something new attached to Ow.
I have nothing more to give.
Tries to get level 16 as Kale. Ooh, will. The Abyss got something. Oh, sure, yeah. It's like it looks like every mechanic has something new. Like there's like a new item. Oh yeah, that too, sure. Maybe the Timeless Jewel either like drops from fighting generals inside of the Legion, inside of a Mirage, or like maybe there's like a new like Mirage faction in Legion that gives you like Mirage splinters, and then you can use it to open like a new 5-way that then gives you Heroic Tragedy, or maybe it just drops, you know, from, it probably just drops. I doubt they make a whole new 5-way. Well, we didn't even see new splinters, so yeah, I guess that wouldn't be the case. They'd be called like Timeless something, right? Or we'd see them called splinters. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for all the new stuff. Like, they actually did a really good job with this season. Like, I'm really, really, really looking forward to all this shit. Still not necessarily that happy about the balance of this season. I think it's whatever, but at least there's a lot of really new cool builds, so I guess that kind of makes up for it. I'm in Max, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, so we got to Act 6. Let's talk about Heisting and what that means for our route. All right, so in our builds, we are going to be doing a Heisting Leaguestart, which is going to start here in Act 6. The path of building has info about it right here, if you want to read it to know exactly what this is going to mean. But the TLDR here is that moving forward from this point on, we are going to want to stop every level, go to the heist place, and grab ourselves some contracts. The reason for this is because we need Vix's entrapment to be able to actually play our build. And this is going to cost like 20 to 30 chaos on day one. And without this, we can't play Impending Doom. So what this is going to mean for us is that we need to start collecting contracts. You're going to collect contracts up until Act 10, and then you are going to run them before killing Act 10 Katava. Do not kill Act 10 Katava. You will break the whole thing. I guess it's fine. You could do maps with RF, and you can make a little bit of money. But the point is, do not kill Act 10 Katava. I will even say this in Act 10. But we are going to collect heist contracts, And then we're going to run all of them before Katava. Not all of them, you don't have to, but just enough of them to get all the currency we need to then be able to purchase Vixens to then swap over to Impending Doom. Now, to get that going, you are going to need to get a rogue marker. You have 2 ways of doing this. And flashbang warning, I'm sorry, flashbang warning, flashbang warning. Open up the paint. So you have 2 options. First, you can find a rogue stash in any zone from now all the way until Act 10. The thing about this is that it's completely random. The icon for it will look something like this. It's like a little wheel. And I don't know. It's like that and like this. It's like a little like manhole. That's, yeah, I don't know, man. Artist rendition of the heist stash thingy. But the point is, you will need to find one of these, and then once you click it, you are guaranteed rogue markers, and that will allow you to start collecting contracts. You now, starting in Act 6, also just have a global chance to randomly get rogue markers to drop from every enemy you kill. As soon as you get one, you can start doing this. And another alternative, if you're not leveling literally the moment the season starts, is to come over to Faustus, go to the currency exchange, and specifically come here and buy rogue markers. You only need like 20. Actually, no, you only need, yeah, like 10 or 20 of them. It doesn't matter, right? In my case, I end up getting a random chaos orb while progressing. So if I was a little bit late, I just open up the currency exchange and just buy 1 chaos worth of rogue markers. In this case, I'm gonna get 4,600. But you would come and buy some, check the other ratios as well, check to see if anyone are selling them for orbs of chance or orbs, jeweler's orb, or orbs of fusing, right? Check whatever you have. Maybe someone will sell them for chromatic orbs, but check all the different currencies to see if there's any offers. And then just grab yourself again, like 20. You don't need that many. And then that will allow you to start doing this. Once you have your rogue markers, whether it's from purchasing them from Faustus or getting them globally, and I do recommend try buy them from Faustus because it could take up until Act 7, Act 8 to actually see some. It's pure RNG. In the case of this build, we don't need that many. So it's not the end of the world, but, you know, try to get them as soon as you can. But as soon as you get them, you're going to right-click it, and it's going to open up a portal to Rogue Harbor. Here, all we need to do is come over to the left and talk to Wakano and purchase items. He's going to have the contracts that we're here for. Now, in the path of building, there is a regex, this right here. All you need to do is just copy this, paste it in here. Wow, we got unlucky. Fuck you, game. But anyways, you're specifically purchasing lockpicking, perception, and demolition contracts. Sometimes there might not be any for sale. Sometimes you'll have like 10. It's completely random, and that's completely okay. This shop will refresh every single time you level. So as soon as you get yourself your rogue markers, you're going to come here, buy some contracts, and then go back to leveling. And then when I level again to 43, I'm going to come back, check his shop, and buy whatever he has to sell. You can wait on it. Like, you don't have to do it the moment you hit 43. You know, you have all the way up until you're just about to hit 44. So do it when it feels comfortable. But you just want to buy all of your lockpicking, perception, demolition contracts that you can. These are going to cost orbs of chance. Sometimes they also cost alchemies. And if that's the case, sure, that's fine. You can purchase those. You likely have quite a few alchemies, especially with the loot buffs. But all you're going to do is just buy them and then shove them inside this heist locker for later. To get access to the heist locker, you're going to need to do Karui's quest. Unfortunately, because my heist is unlocked, because I'm doing this in standard, I can't show you this. But Karui is going to have a quest. Just talk to her. She's going to then tell you to come over here and talk to Krast. Krast will give you a quest contract. And then you bring the quest contract to Adaya, prepare heist, shove it in here, and quickly run it. If you want to know more about all this, I really recommend for you to stop for a second and to watch the attached video in the Path of Building Notes section. This is a guide I did on heisting and heisting Leaguestart that's going to go over all this in more detail. And as long as you watch that and understand how to heist and how to interact with all this, that's all you need to know. Now, one thing you might ask yourself is, Allie, how are we going to have enough orbs of chance to buy this? Like in my case, I only have 3. Well, starting in Act 6, you're going to, well, first off, you're going to get more currency, period. So ideally, you have more chances than what I currently have. But starting in Act 6, you're now going to start seeing stacked currency. So you'll sometimes randomly get, 3 orbs of chances or 5 orbs of chances to drop from a single monster. To supplement this as well, because that's not going to be enough orbs of chances, what you're going to want to do, moving forward, is to come to town and go over to, okay, I can't show you the Act 6 town, but every vendor will have this. So just Act 5. But you go over to the vendor, the currency vendor in each town, and here you will be able to purchase orbs of chance for orbs of fusing. So you're looking to just pick up as many orbs of fusing, as many jeweler's orbs, and as many orbs of chance as you can, and you can convert your orbs of fusing directly into orbs of chance. And then you can convert your orbs of your jeweler's orbs into fusings, which you can then use to purchase chances. Now, to supplement this even further, if you are out of currency, because that's not going to be enough, and that's okay if you can't buy all of your contracts, that's perfectly fine. I assume you're only going to purchase like 70% of all of them that are available. Although with the currency buffs next season, you might be able to easily purchase all 100% with no issue. But if you can't, you can always come over to Faustus and just do the same thing. Just go over to currency exchange and just specifically look at the price of chances and just try to buy them for either chaos or whatever. And look at fusings as well and see, if you can buy those for a little bit cheaper because they're also worth 1 chance. If you're out of currency, you can quickly just go run a few lockpicking contracts. You're very likely to get a lot of fusings and chances while running them anyways. And you'll have a really high chance to get a chaos orb or 2 per lockpicking contract you do, even the low level ones. So you can always run a few, grab a few chaos orbs, and then buy more from the currency exchange to keep fueling your contract costs. That's all it is in terms of heists. Again, please watch the video attached here if you want to know more. Please read the section if you want a grand explanation of it. But every level from now on, you're going to stop and do that to get all the money. When it comes to running the contracts, again, you don't need to do literally all of them. I would highly recommend for you to run all of your contracts that you purchased because you're going to have like 200 to 300 chaos orbs. And sure, that might not be as relevant anymore due to all the changes. It still should be enough to get you Vixens, Deardre's Damming, and then some pretty good rare gear or even a 6-link to go along with that. So the moment you walk into maps, you're absurdly stacked. But again, you could also just make enough money for Vixens and then just go to maps with whatever random gear you have on. It'll be more than fine, and then you just upgrade it as you go. With that said, from here, we're now going to go to Twilight Strand. So in the Twilight Strand, we need to make sure we kill literally every single monster. There's a quest from Lily. You don't need to actually talk to her to pick it up. But as soon as we kill every single monster in the Twilight Strand, we unlock Lily as a gem vendor, which is important. So take your time through this area and make sure you kill, again, legitimately every single monster. You can't skip any. Has to be full clear. You'll get like quest complete. It'll say like talk to Lily once you've killed everything. So let us keep going with our leveling. What's the difference in filter Allie versus Allie KB Mana Man? Both are Leaguestarts. The Mana Man one will not be updated at all. It's going to be left the way it is. It has a leveling section specifically for leveling as Kinetic Blast. And then it's a pretty bare bones, what's I'm looking for? It's a pretty bare bones endgame economy filter. At that point, I would recommend for you to swap over to the Allie 3.28 one as, your economy filter as Mana Man if you're playing that. While the Allie 3.28 one is the same thing, except I'm actually going to be updating it. And the leveling section for it is specifically tailored for this build, for Impending Doom, to show you everything you need for this. That's the only difference. Oh, speaking of which, well, there's, 3 orbs of chance. Right? So you'll sustain some of them, but not all of them. Man, I hate that we got beasts in this area. We have to take our time and actually kill them. Is slash remaining? Oh, yeah, there's also command. Yeah, slash remaining or like slash monsters or some shit. So, yeah, I also tell you, like, once you're close, it will tell you, like, how many monsters are left in the area. I hate the little crabs because you have to kill them twice because they're rare. Got everything there. Feed this pack and then we're good unless I miss like one random mob. I think we missed the pack in like the corner. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, talk to Lily for your word. All right, we're going to log out. And then we're going to come back, and then we're going to go over to Lily, and she's now going to be unlocked as a gem bender. You only need to do this once at the start of a season. So the point of this is we need to purchase a few gems from her. First off, if you're still running a 4-link RF with a life tap, you now want to upgrade over to a burning damage. This is significantly stronger than the life tap. If you have a 4-link with a blue, just keep running AoE, or you can swap over to burning damage if you want more damage rather than AoE. Along with this, there are now going to be some gems that we want to purchase that we want to pre-level. All of them are right here. You're going to want to buy Impending Doom, Temporal Chains, Punishment, Despair, and Enfeeble. If you can't afford all these, that's okay. At a minimum, do not forget to buy Impending Doom, which is in tab 7. Where is you need to at least buy 1 copy of Impending Doom, because we need to level this and we need to get this properly leveled. Otherwise, I mean, you'll be fine, I guess. Impending Doom is such a broken skill that even with the level 1 gem, you'll have a good time maps. But the point is we want it to be pre-leveled for when we swap, just so everything's a little bit comfier. The same thing goes for all these curses. You ideally want to pre-level them so they're ready to go for the swap. And all you're going to do with this, plus all these curses, is just slot them wherever you have some open space. So for example, I can go buy Punishment, and I can just put the Punishment like this red socket. I don't have anything else, but you know, buy all them and just fit them wherever you can. And then to go along with this, you're going to also want to go to Tarlay or whatever. Just go to any gear vendor and buy yourself some weapons. So like I can go buy this rock breaker, and I can go over to my second weapon set, equip it here, and I can put my Impending Doom in here, and then go back to my normal weapon set, and the Impending Doom and that rock breaker in my second weapon set is now going to level. So same thing for these, right? Just go grab yourself like an item with like a green socket and something, you know, grab yourself 2 weapons, a weapon, a shield, whatever, and just fit it in wherever you can just to level them, because
Stay sharp out there.
yeah, you'll be a lot stronger when you swap then. Just at least do the Impending Doom. Please, 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 please. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Please, just level your Impending Doom at a bare minimum. It's okay if you don't want to do the rest. Just at least level that. And then that's all you have to do. The rest of it is not the end of the world. Okay, anyways, with all that said, let's keep going. Let's level. Oh yeah, we did level, so I hit 43, so I would have, you know, stopped, used one of my rogue markers, and I would have gone to the heist place and bought myself contracts using the regex. And then, you know, we go back to leveling afterwards. And that's all we're doing all the way until App 6. We are going to be skipping the whole doing the heist thing, just for the sake of not making this video longer than it needs to be, you know. But again, you just every level, stop, go grab your stuff, and then keep going with your leveling experience. You know, the same thing goes for once we get to Act 10. I'm going to talk about doing the heisting itself, but we're not going to do it because, again, like, there's no point, man. It's just a waste of time to, you know, it's just, we just make the video longer for no reason.
I have nothing more to
All right, here we want to make sure we kill the Dishonored Queen. Make sure you don't skip her. She has like a bunch of red tattoos on her, right? She's really obvious in comparison to the rest of the monsters. Make sure you kill her. We need the eye from her. Ma'am, can you stand in my fire trap? Stop. Stop. Hand in the fire trap. This bitch. Grab the Eye of Conquest, and we go to the other side of the zone now. Okay, did I miss anything else in chat really quickly? Stab your pinky toe every day, then run heist. It's not that bad. Like, if you've never done heist Leaguestart, it's really not that bad. We're not doing like a billion heists, and we're not doing like actual heists. We're just doing the low-level contracts. They're a joke. It's free money. You know. But yeah, there's also a likelihood that you could just skip it. Again, I don't know, right? Again, I do not want to... I refuse to take risks when it comes to build guides. I will always tell you the safest possible way of putting everything together, especially on League launch. I do not want to int people. No, so I refuse to tell people, yeah, we can just skip and go into maps, right? Because one, I want to play the build immediately. I don't know how everything's going to pan out. You can obviously change it for next season if it looks like heist might not be required anymore, but you know, I refuse to end people's League starts. Here, it's why we're not playing with the Holy Skill for Act 1. Used to just pray that it ends up being good. Is Acting Kataba after heist going to be copying baby versus... Yeah, you are literally going to immediately one-tap him. It's going to be very hilarious. It is a little bit unfair, especially if you do enough heist to buy a 6-link. Doing Kataba with a 6-link is kind of hilarious. You literally one-tap him. Especially if you swapped Impending Doom before Like, you know, like if you do your heist, swap Impending Doom, and then kill Kataba, yeah, you will actually nuke him in 1/10 of a second. It's very funny. Very, very funny. Qual in the lab. Oh yeah, that too. Sure. Yeah, we could also, you know, quality it in labs this way, which is a... What does Impending Doom's quality even do, actually? I actually have no clue. Just like increase... Oh. Yeah, whatever, I guess. I mean, it's something, right? It's useful, I guess. Yeah, good point. Sure, we can go quality it too. Nice. Chris says, Mana, which one is easier to build on a low budget? Are they roughly the same? They're literally the same. Just pick whichever one looks more fun to you. Honestly, that's all there is to it. Both builds have absurd end games. Both builds scale incredibly well all the way through. Both builds are going to be fun and entertaining and easy to, you know. So just whichever one looks more fun to you, whichever one seems more mechanically interesting. Really the only option you should have to ask yourself. We had an even bigger RF than this. I don't know. Anyone have any jokes to tell? Because I'm out of stuff to talk about. that is it. Like, you know, we stopped having to make any gem changes in Act 3, minus the whole, you know, you can fit an AoE in Act 4. And then in terms of just stuff to pertain to like leveling, like even if you look at the notes, like there's literally nothing. Like, you know, I tell you to do all the high stuff here, then Act 7, I tell you do your second lab, and then that's it. You know, like there's straight up nothing else to talk about. You're just holding W. Oh, and quality to spare. Actually, no. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, quality to spare. Yeah, you wouldn't quality Impending Doom, you'd quality to spare. Yeah, the curse effect on despair is more important. Sure. You can either do that, or you can just like randomly transmute a blue and hope you get, you know, one of the popular blue transmutes. They have more money, but yeah. But, okay, sorry. In this area, there are now new lab trials that we have to do. This area has a lab trial. Make sure you do it. We are going to skip it. Do the one in this area. What's with the heist? Is there a heist command? There's also a heist command, yeah. There's a guide on YouTube if you want to know more about it. Basically, we're doing it to make money to buy fixins. It's the best way to make money day one, by far. By far, because maps make you no fucking money. You are wasting your time in maps, right? And it's just a case of I just want to swap the build over to, you know, Impending Doom as soon as possible rather than doing it in like yellow maps or something. So that's why we do a Heist Leaguestart. Plus, for most people, it's just significantly comfier to do it because you get to walk into maps with very, very, very good gear. So you have a very comfortable time all the way up until 215. And you have enough money for a 6 link for every unique you need and like good rares in every slot. So you end up being kind of overpowered. Guys, exclamation point heist command. It's also explained in the video guide as well on YouTube. The Impending Doom one on why we're doing it. There's, you know, an actual heist guide I have on YouTube as well that explains how to do the whole heisting shit correctly at the start. All over the place. You technically don't have to do it. You can technically skip it if you want to, but then you'd have to map for a while with RF, and the guide is not, you know, oh, here's the thing. Here's the manhole I meant. So you're looking for this thing, the smuggler's cache. This then gives you guaranteed rogue markers, and then, you know, I'd be able to start doing my heisting here if I couldn't afford getting the pennies earlier on. And it's RNG when that's going to happen, right? Either you can get lucky and you can find it literally the first zone, or you can get super unlucky and not find it until like Act 7, Act 8, and like even if that's the case, you know, whatever. I'll have enough money. Last Impending Doom, Tote, prepare to be baited. Yeah. Get ready to get baited by Impending Doom once again. How goes the practice runs? Great. We're currently recording the leveling run for YouTube. I'm kind of satisfied with how it went, I guess. I was kind of an idiot when explaining some stuff in Act 1, so I feel a little bit bad about it. Not my finest work, but it was coherent enough to where I think everyone should have a fine time if they just want to listen to me. Plus, you know, I told people to specifically read the notes section along and to, you know, do anything the notes section tells you to do, even if you're going to do it. So, I don't know. It went fine, I guess. And now we're just getting to Act 10 to get to Act 10, but, you know, effectively we're done. There's like nothing else to talk about when it comes to the build itself. Yep. And I'm like relatively happy the speed that we went at, where we're currently like 3 hours in. But that's also with me explaining everything, stopping a bunch of time, you know, like I'm not going at the rate I would normally go at League launch, so. And that's the point. We're not meant to go as fast as possible either. All right, it's 1-2. I won against Deodre. Dominus won against me, and then Brutus won against me there. Unlucky. Unfortunate. It was 1-1, and now it's 1-2. It is what it is. You know, you can't win them all. But yeah, the point isn't to go necessarily like a Mach 30. I want people to be able to follow along. You know, I want people to be comfy. So go a lot faster than this. Sure. Like I could have been very close to being done with Act 10 by now. Yeah, I would have been in like Act 9, I think, if I went on like full speed. But, you know, you can go faster, but the point is to make sure people know what they're doing. All right, let's see. Do we win against Abarath? Hold up. Hold up. Is it going to be 1-3? It's going to be 1-3. I had to move. Okay, no, it doesn't count. Doesn't count. You know what? Doesn't count. I didn't die. It's still 1-2. Or no, it's 2-2. It's now 2-2. I won against Abarath. He technically phased. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens here. Fine. It's 1-2. Do I win? We are victorious. All right, it is now 2-2. We are tied with the bosses when it comes to who wins the stand still and smack the other contest. Also, I just realized I haven't upgraded my scepter since I'm still using the same weapon since active. I mean, it doesn't matter. Welcome to spells in general, but yeah, I've not bothered picking up a single scepter off the ground, or I guess we haven't really seen any either. We guarantee Ellie hit a Spectrum or Kinetic Blast if you have the option or what? Yeah, but you don't start seeing that until your 3rd lab anyways. I don't think many people are going to play Ellie hit though, but yeah, I guess you can take a Kinetic Blast and sell it to people. I mean, you can just quickly check, right, and see which one's more expensive, and then just do that one. But yeah, in Act 9, Act 10, yeah, you could quickly just guarantee one of those to sell for profit to the Bow Cucks or the Wand Cucks. Ask in general if anyone's space. Yeah, I guess that's another good point. If you have not gotten a rogue marker yet, you can also just ask either in our global chat, or you can ask in /global space 512, and see if anyone there can give you one. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who can give you one, especially if you like tell the dumb bitches in there to do, like, if you're domineering about it. You know, like if you're a hot mommy and you're domineering about it, all the fucking submissive whores in 512 will immediately be like, yes, mommy. And they'll give you a rogue marker. Or, you know, you can also just ask in Twitch chat, I guess. But, yeah, you can get any of the stupid, submissive, dumb brats in 512 to give you a rogue marker if you want. People play Ellie. Okay, Ellie, he'll be expensive then, sure. I can, like, tell Dayu, like, specifically, okay, specifically if you need to come to 512, or you know what, just in general, just come to Global 512, right? Just right now, stop your leveling experience. Type /global, here, I'll even show you, /global space 512, right? Just type that. And then in our global chat, type Dayu is a femboy. You know, just do that in general, even if you don't. Oh, poor Dayu. Oh no, poor Dayu. What have I done? Oh no, what have I done? Yeah, Nalia, leave that shit in. What have I done to poor Dayu on League launch? He's about to get bullied, but it's okay. Dayu likes being. We're just lying. You're the one who's lying. All right, what do we get? Basically nothing. Moj, is this usable? Fire is on it. Guess we could try to chrome it. Loot. gonna say I refuse to use anything that cannot fit AoE. I'm an AoE slut. Not AoE on your righteous fire is thumbs down emoji. Passive points. Pick up acrimony, and then what did I say to pick up here? Damage if you've killed recently. And then after that, we are picking up oh really? I didn't tell. Okay, sure. Yeah, no, this is better. Sure, this wheel's better and you get some life as well, so I like that pathing a little bit more. Edge. It's not way too cold in my room. Alright, now we just keep following the path. And that should actually make a pretty big difference in terms of your DPS. Like, you actually, over the next few levels, you're gonna get quite a bit of damage. We didn't really get that much damage in Act 5, Act 6. Like, our relative DPS to the enemies we're fighting did go down. Probably wasn't very noticeable, but, you know, it meant you had to wait a little bit longer for enemies to die before you walk by them with RF. But we're gonna get a pretty big power spike across 6 and 7, so, you know, we get to run around even faster. Because you have to wait less. Can we jump this? No. That's a leap slam / cross blink only jump. And I think only in some layouts of this area. I think that gap is too big even for like slam.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, I should color 2 slots, the 2 stacks of orbs of chance the same way as the 3. I don't know why only 2 are 3 are like that. 3+ are like that. I should do the same thing for fusings as well. Okay, I'll try to remember to do that, to change what the filter looks like for fusings and jewelers and chances so people pick them up.
The Brand King. His time has almost come.
That, I don't know, anyone have any jokes to tell? I am legitimately out of shit to yap about all the way until we get to the end of this. I guess let's talk about what are we doing tomorrow on day 1. Like, what are we doing for farming strats? I think I'm just gonna stick to what I said earlier. I'm just gonna do harvest. So I'm just gonna pick up a harvest passive tree all the way through, because you can sell the cummies for quite a lot of money to people. Free currency on launch because everyone needs harvest cum. We also need harvest cum ourselves, so I guess you can farm the 2,000 blue cum you need to... Wait, no, that's the big one. Right, we can self-farm the 2,000 cum so we don't have to pay for it. Oh no, it was over there. I'm a dumb bitch. For the cluster crafts, that's kind of neat. And then, I mean, we can also add an expedition, because this build will do pretty well with expedition. It's either that, or we just stick to harvest, and then we swap to altar farming. And do harvest plus altar farming in T16. Because I've always wanted to do like day 1, day 2 altar farming. That's always sounded like a really fun time, and like Impending Doom would actually be good at specifically that. And then yeah, I really want to do destructive play. So I think the goal is like we get like Foulborn Deodres. And then as soon as we get Foulborn Deodres, if it's not fuck you expensive, if it is, we'll just go grab the poison boots first. But we grab one of those 2, doesn't matter which one we get, and then once we have one of those 2, I think we'll have enough damage to do destructive play relatively comfortably. And then we just send destructive play, and then surely there's like a support from destructive play, like a new awakened support from destructive play that's worth like 18 mirrors. And then we get it, and then someone has 18 mirrors because they RMT'd on day 1, and they purchase it from me, and then I have 18 mirrors. Right, that's gonna happen.
At a moment's respite.
That will most certainly happen. Okay, done? Yep. It is 100% done. Outside of it not having the mirror crafting guides for the literal actual mirror items for the build, which I just put a note in there. It's like, hey, if you want to make these, you should know how to make them. I shouldn't have to tell you. You know, but if you have, you know, like outside that, yeah, the guide is literally 100% done. Outside of maybe like a random update if there's anything worth discussing for the builds in next season, but I don't really think there is, unless there's some like fucked up new supports that would like benefit the build quite a lot, which I think will happen. Drop 18 years, man. You know, I'm feeling it. This is gonna be the season where I get my 4th mirror. I'm feeling it's gonna happen. It's going to happen. I believe it. I can't wait for them to add this exact mechanic into PoE 2. I guess they did with Wisps, but Wisps work like the Delve card, so they follow you. But I can't wait for them to add, like in Act 5 or Act 6 of the PoE 2 campaign, this exact mechanic. Level. Oh yeah, they added pause to this game as well. Neat. I just realized that. Like all the monsters stop smacking me when I open up my passive tree. Yeah, now just imagine if they copy over the socket system from PoE 2. Holy shit. I'd actually make cummies. Like, I would genuinely actually make cummies if we had PoE 2's socket shit. I'd be very pog. What are you huhing? You're telling me you would not do the same thing if you no longer have to be like, oh, this item with 100 life on it that I got in Act 4? Yeah, I can't put that shit on because I don't have the currency or means to change the socket colors to make it, you know? Like, you're telling me you would not make cummies as well. Hey, partner, Anniversary, thank you. I appreciate it. As if you're allowed to. Why would I not be allowed to? Explain. Oh, so poor YouTube viewer. I guess I should have said at the start of the video, huh? You're about to experience, you know, Allie on stream, and Allie on stream is very different from Allie on YouTube. Right? Like you're getting a leveling VOD for the first half, and then once we're out of shit to talk about when it comes to pertaining to leveling the build, you're just getting stream Allie. You're just getting an Allie stream VOD. What the fuck is that emote? I've never seen that emote before. Okay, then.
Such a fine example of womanhood. I simply knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Or my husband.
Ooh, look, she has a tentacle attached to her neck.
His Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day.
What is happening to her fucking neck here?
My new sister.
What is?
Always treasure your company.
That's a thick fucking tentacle. Ooh. New belts might be okay in the super end game. It depends on how we put the build together. It's literally a 50-50 if we end up using it. Oh, sorry. It's a 33% chance if we end up using that, or Mage Blood, or just the crafted belt. I don't know. Really depends on how the end game of this build ends up looking, and what our goals are with the setup. But given we're playing a Strength Stacker, a lot of the times, a crafted belt ends up being much better than Mage Blood. But you know, we will see. Yeah. All right, she's getting domesticated. Ooh, whoa! Now that's hot. Okay, why does the word domesticated just sound hot in general? You know, like if you know, like if you're like telling your subby little bitch that like I'm gonna fucking domesticate you, like you can't tell me that doesn't fucking sound hot as shit, right? Telling someone they're about to get domesticated. How does that not sound hot? Like, explain to me how that does not sound hot as fuck to tell someone they're about to be fucking domesticated.
Born of ocean. How did you? Hold on, Tiek.
What's going? Welcome to a normal Allie stream. It's just a classic Allie stream. Nothing out of the ordinary here. All right, we gotta find a way to put that on. Okay, man, moving shit around is gonna be really annoying. Yeah. Oh, I guess we could just socket this. Oh, right. Okay. I had like 10 jewelers. We're just gonna buy 20. We're just gonna use 10 of them. Give me a 4-link. Okay. And then I had like, I don't know, I had like 5 fusing. So I turned all of them into chances for the sake of showing the thing off. Okay, there. We would have hit it with the currency I had before turning all of into Heist currency. I guess this works, right? No, we need a green. Well, I guess we don't need a green. We do conch effects. I mean, I guess we could just try to roll it anyways for 2-2. We can't do triple green. Okay, there. We got the same colors. Neat. That's a really big upgrade of 50. This has no stats on it. So, you know, it's pretty good. As we're fire is too. God, the fucking Kale emo is so hot.
But a moment's
Like, holy shit. I'm sorry. That artist has no business fucking drawing art that hot. Holy fuck. And like, Kale in general is just a fucking hot mommy anyways. Like, holy fuck.
I have nothing more to
Okay,
give.
technically we didn't cheat. We didn't use any currency. We didn't obtain minus, you know. How am I a submissive stream? I'm literally the second domiest person here. Shut the fuck up. Physically cannot say that. I'd use the bench. We wouldn't have had enough jewelers to do the bench. I guess we could have clicked 4 link with fusing. Sure, that was a mistake. If we wanted more consistency, but we wouldn't have had the jeweler or the Actually, no, we would have. Yeah, you're right. We should have just used the bench. Oh, that was just a mistake. Good point. Look, Marie, it's your favorite fucking mommy. Sorry, your second favorite mommy. I don't know. What is Marie? What do you guys think Marie likes more? Do you think Marie likes like Sia or Divinia more? I think she's more of a like more of a Divinia simp than like Sia simp. So look, Marie, it's your favorite mommy. Yeah, nice thing about recording this today, it's basically gonna eat up the whole day, and it's semi-stimulating content. So as soon as we're done here, I just get to go to bed, and then it's Leaguestart time. I don't have to wait another day to play, which is odd. Miss stream for 3 weeks. I didn't fucking miss stream for weeks because I learned what human domestication guide is. Okay, shut up. Hey, there's another lab trial here. Make sure you do a lab trial. Let me actually put on you like mana flask. Do your lab trial in this area. Gotta do this one too. The Shyvana one was disappointing, was it? Yeah, some of those look kind of disappointing. Some of them are ooh as fuck though. Timer train. How am I fucking timer? Shut the fuck up. Can't with you people. We're doing on levels. Like 3 levels behind. That's fine, I guess. The nice thing about doing a heist Leaguestart as well is you gain a shit ton of XP. Like a shit ton of XP. Hey, look, another weapon. So you catch up in XP really nicely through it, and you get really far ahead in XP too, just in general. All right, let's go quickly upgrade to this scepter. Over here, take this. Put fire damage on. Yeah, fire damage is a bigger roll. Oh, I think I accidentally put my... I had enough alterate. I can tell you I had enough alterate. There. That's our new weapon. We can Augie it as well. Strength. Aug. That's a fucking mere tier scepter right there. What the fuck is that? That thing's crazy. Holy. This is the first scepter I picked up, and it has 16 Ellie damage on it. It has nothing else on it, so... XDD. Yeah, 15, another upgrade. I hope you get a bunch of regals as well. Honestly, like the one thing that the campaign needs is more regals and more scours. Because a lot of the time you end up getting like a blue item you like, but then just fucking stuck as a blue item because you don't have regals. Or scours to turn it back into white item to then just either essence it or alkit. And it really fucking sucks. So I hope the currency buff addresses that. Like I really hope they just added a shit ton of that in here. What is this path in?
I have nothing more to give.
Okay, one, you like the Shyvana one? No, I just really like the way she's drawn in that one. Unironically, I might go to that artist and go commission some artwork for the eventually totally happening Allie VTuber arc. Like that guy would draw Allie in a very ooh way. Yeah, there's also Zewi too. And the Zewi one's kind of hot. Man, Zeri's like really underserved, which is disappointing. Like when it comes to porn, there needs to be more of Zeri because holy shit, she is hot as fuck. She is like really hot as fuck. I'm out of stuff to talk about. There's nothing to discuss. We're just holding W. No. I don't know. Okay, what else did we talk about? We talked about stuff to do in terms of strategies. We talked about the mechanic a bunch. We talked about heist. We can talk about RuneScape, I guess. Are we using the new belt base? No clue. We're just gonna have Path of Building tell us whichever is the highest DPS anoint. And we're gonna put that on. It's probably the 15 Chaos Pen one. But we'll figure out when we get there. Okay. So when it comes to how I put together builds, I don't like pre-planning a lot of stuff. Like as much pre-planning as I'll do is, you know, up to the point where you'll comfortably farm T16, because I prefer to just figure out the rest of the builds on the fly when we actually play it on launch. You know, to me, like this is why I don't play the same build multiple times. Is like for example, KB, I played the build to literally to the point where we were crafting the mirror items for the build. Whoops, I didn't talk to Silk. So there's legitimately nothing new for me to think about or theory craft when it comes to that build in particular. So I don't ever want to touch it again because it's boring. I don't want to just play a build where I'm simply executing. I don't care about the execution necessarily. I care about the thinking. There's another lab trial in this area. Make sure you do the lab trial in this area too. Yeah, I don't care about the execution. I only care about the thinking and build. So it's the whole reason I play RPGs. It's for theory crafting. Yeah, the gameplay is kind of fun, but you know, theory crafting. So with that said, I don't like playing builds multiple times because I already know everything that's going to happen in them. And then I also don't like pre-planning because it also effectively becomes the same thing where it's just execution, and that's boring to me. So I could sit here and path the building, literally the whole build up to multiple mirrors, and we can have all that ready to go for League launch. It's just boring as fuck. Plus, you know, things always change based off of, you know, the new stuff, and so kind of pointless. So, you know, I don't really know much about what the fuck we're doing with the build other than just having like vague ideas for what I'd like to do. So eventually we'd like to fit in Rat Pit. Eventually we'd like to, we're gonna fit in, what's I'm looking for? The boots, Beacon of Madness. We're gonna fit in Foulborn Deodre, like I know that much. And, you know, eventually we're gonna want to do Rat Pit. But outside of like, you know, the big concepts like that, the rest of, you know, eventually we're gonna want to start strength stacking. But outside of those big concepts, haven't thought much of anything else, and I don't really want to. But, you know, for the belts, it's just whatever annoying Path of Building tells us is the highest DPS annoying, because there's nothing in particular we need. If we find our damage is so high that, you know, we don't more damage and we don't care to annoying to damage roll, then we could also a health roll, like a health node on a tree that we haven't picked up. Because hold up, actually, there is a Transfiguration of Life, right? What does this one do? Mana, this one. Body. Increase the reduction of max life, also apply attack damage. Oh, that's easy. Unfortunately. Although, that would be kind of good if we, like, play the strength stacking chest plate, I guess. But, you know, if we don't want to go grab the highest damaging node, which is likely just this one, which is likely just Curse of Darkness, we can grab, like, a health node, because a health node will still give us a decent chunk of damage, but, you know, will also give us health. Or we just grab, like, a max res node or something like that. Whatever Path of Building thinks is... Because, you know, if there's anything that's like, oh my god, we fucking need that, you know, we would have either already anointed it, or we would have pathed to it. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Mana Man. When do you swap to normal filter? Like maybe a day or so in is a good time. That filter is going to be 100% identical to, like, the main filter for the first day or so. I'm not going to modify my current filter in any ways. But then past like day 1 or so, I'm going to start like culling off like the, you know, the unique items that are worth nothing. All the shitty currency like Ogs and shit, you know. Like it's going to get culled very, very, very quickly. You don't have any junk in it. And that's going to, you know, happen a day or 2 in. So up in that point, you know, for leveling, you're completely fine running that one. And then, you know, up until T16. Like, I guess, like, once we get T16 is also probably a good point, too, as well. So, reasonable. Every build you make in RPG is a life stacking. I'm literally not playing PvE this time around, am I? We're playing. Oh shit, that was almost a 2-3. We are literally playing Impending Doom. It's completely different. There is nothing spinning around my character now, is there? No? For HP. Yeah, I guess like getting hired killer. Yeah, if we're gonna pick up a health node, it would probably be hired killer. Just because, yeah, life on kill when we have, you know, 15,000 health is kind of a pog stat. True. Is she the mana man for Act 1 or does it? Yep. Yep, use it for all of your leveling experience. It is purpose built. Put BB into build. Okay, it was a thought experiment, okay? It was just a thought experiment of how theoretically powerful BB could be if we were to theoretically play life stacking PV instead of playing Impending Doom, okay? It was a thought experiment. In this area, make sure you grab the 6 fireflies. What we want to do here is we want to find the door and kill the boss. But once the boss is dead, we also want to grab every firefly. Do not skip the firefly. Sometimes they'll be like in random corners, so make sure you do a, you know, full run. The quest over here will change from search the dread ticket for the remaining fireflies to bring the fireflies to Yenna. And then you'll get a little thing at the bottom too. So it's pretty obvious when you're done, but make sure you have all of the fireflies. The last one over here, and then the quest change. Yeah, see, deliver the fireflies to Yenna, and then you're good. And then, you know, make sure you find the Den of Despair, aka my room. I'm in permanent despair. I can kill the boss in here. Ooh, woo, it's the mommy of despair. Same tree. It's literally not the same tree. We literally played a completely different tree that used completely different nodes on the completely opposite side of the fuck. Physically, it's not the same tree. Then we log out. And then we can go talk to Yenna. Vendor stuff really quickly. Oh, is that kind of nice? 80 life. The amount of life, but they have freaking on them. Can I put these on without breaking myself? Honestly, BBA to move my gems around. Have anything on it? A bunch of fire res. I mean, I guess it's slightly worse, but it has life on it. And some lightning res, so sure. I'll take a small loss to regen. I guess I can on that too if I really felt like it. I should pick up a jewel socket just to shove in, oh, I guess, oh yeah, this one. We should go put this jewel. Usually jewels are a complete meme while leveling, but like that jewel is actually pretty good. Right, 20% burning damage, and then 11 fire and lightning. That's worth 1 passive point, sure. Like, you're not going to get a passive point that's stronger than that. So, I'll put it in next level, I guess. Oh, I didn't get my... Oh, that's fine. Geek Shrine. I guess quiet the this game, yeah, it's great. I mean, just remove Scrolls of Wisdom in general. Like, if you're gonna give people free IDs, what's the point of Scrolls of Wisdom existing? I hate their argument for it of, oh, but then people are just gonna, you know, make highly, like, specialized filters that are gonna filter out everything but the best items. No one's picking up rare gear anyways. Like, who cares? If anything, I'd be glad to know that there was a random rare on the ground that actually was worthwhile to pick up that somebody might buy. And it's like, rod crafting kind of makes ground loot irrelevant anyways. So it's like, who, like, their argument for why we can't have perma ID'd items is just stupid. Like, really stupid. Of, but the loot filters will get all the good items. Like, who fucking cares? Talk about in the interview. Oh, did they really? What did they say about it? I didn't hear it. Anything goes for portal scrolls. Just remove portal scrolls, man. Like, PoE 2 doesn't have them. Like, if you're okay with them not existing in PoE 2, just get rid of them. You know, you're removing Horizons and Harbinger Orbs this season. I mean, it makes sense why Harbingers, but it's like, and why Horizons, but like, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like it makes sense that you should remove portal scrolls because they're fucking useless anyway. Like, you know, I want the shield. Good shield base. We try it for portal scrolls because those still exist as well. Sadly, yeah. Just okay. Just get rid of all of it. You know. Engineer, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind engineer orbs going away and just like loot boxes, strong boxes just being buffed by like 5% to, you know. I mean, you just fucking get rid of them anyways. Almost nobody fucking touches them, so who fucking cares? You don't even need to change strong boxes. Just get rid of them. It's just a pointless currency. Not pointless, I guess. Yeah, you know, engineers are okay, I guess. It's just they're only used in very, 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 very juicer strats. And even then, nobody likes it. But scrolls have no reason to exist in PoE anymore. Okay, I think we could turn here. We make the loot filter system too complex. Okay, and like, how is that any different than what we currently have, where you filter all the rares out anyways? And it's like, you know, just because some people are gonna be, you know, hold up one second. We gotta go to Wilham and get our passive points. Then we gotta go talk to Aramir and get passive points there. Just because some people are gonna be losers and make a highly, you know, detailed loot filter to specifically filter all that shit. I mean, Filter Blade already does that anyways. Filter Blade already has a section that specifically handles items that drop identified to specifically only show you good ones anyways. Like, nothing would change anyways. That's modern PoE in general. But it's like, just because some people are going to be losers and, you know, make a really, really, really over the top one, like, who cares, man? They're going to make 5 additional Chaos Orbs in a given season. Like, whatever. Or yeah, just make items ID on pick. I don't know. I just feel like it's pointless for them to still exist in the game. Give us item tags like PoE1 so we can tell. Yeah, or that. Like, actually, I believe that was asked by Ziz. I forgot what they said about it. Like, they couldn't do it for some... I don't remember. I do remember Ziz specifically asking that question. Just saying PoE1, some PoE2. I think so far I think it's fine what they share between the two. Yeah, but what's wrong with that? Like why is that not, why is that, you know, like, what's the argument for that not being brought over to PoE1? You know? Like I don't think good quality life should just be excluded just because, oh, it's, you know, it should stay in that. Like, I don't personally give a fuck what game it's in. If it's a good idea, it should just be in, you know, like, that's how all ARPGs are. They literally steal from each other. Right? Every good idea from an ARPG gets copied by other ARPGs, and there's nothing wrong with that if it's implemented well and it makes sense and it's fun. You know? Oh yeah, I guess they have this memory thread, sure. They're like buffing memory threads and shit. So, you know, but yeah, they're different. Oh no. Who knows? Maybe the buffs to memory threads this season will make them more desirable because they're kind of more of a meme system than anything else. Hey, last epoch, and I am dropping with 1 gray mod does not make an item good, even if we filter out the trash stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, the chance of you finding like an actually good 2 to 3 stat item is very low. You know? Like, the only time you cared about 1 good stat was back in Sentinel with recombinators, but we don't have recombinators. I mean, you have the recombinator bench, but it's so fucking expensive that you wouldn't just randomly send it on a bunch of items like that. Cost prohibitively makes it unrealistic to, you know, like, even then, like, okay, whatever. If people want to waste their time and do that, more power to them. Let them have fun with their craft. You know? Well, everyone literally only benefits from that, technically. Stuff needs to be shared across the board. There should be something that distinguishes them, like Tempor and PoE2, the past league. I don't think that's like a hill that's worth dying on. You know, like, it's just an archaic system. You're just gonna make people like it, you know, like, I don't know. That's my opinion on it. It's like wisdoms and sure, they should be different from each other, but it's like, I don't think that's where we should draw the line on fucking Portal Scrolls. Literally, this is the only RPG with Portal Scrolls in it. And, like, I don't know. I don't see any charm in it. It's just annoying. Like, I get more annoyed when I accidentally do a map without any Portal Scrolls in my inventory and I have to log out. Then I go, oh man, look at this novel system that this game has. My only thought is, like, why the fuck does this game still have Portal Scrolls? You know, like, it's just a nuisance. Like, that's like the only thing that goes through my head whenever I'm out of Portal Scrolls. Like, god fucking damn it, I have to use this dog shit useless item that's still in the game for no reason. Now, wisdoms is whatever, because you're just filtering out all the garbage anyway, so it's not like you have to interact with wisdoms that often anyways, and wisdoms are now effectively a dead item outside of specifically Act 1. You know, so whatever there, but it's like portal scrolls, man. Why do portal scrolls still exist? Just tell me an item has a good mod, then have a finite number of crafts. It makes sure. Is she still in Act 2? We're not in fucking Act 2. No, but yeah, at least like portal scrolls. Like there's it's the only RPG left with them. Like they're not interesting or anything. They're not fun. Sure, like okay, wisdoms, sure, whatever. I can see arguments against it and whatnot. That's fine. But at least we can all agree portal scrolls are literally a pointless currency. Okay, we want the damage over time. This portal gem always takes 5. Yeah, it only takes actually 18 hours to fucking... You know, that's not a solution either. Like, -1 skill gem because the game is fucking old. You know, like, come on. Hey, do you know if GG made any stock art for the gifted subs? No, not that I know of, unfortunately, Anime. No clue. Because there wasn't anything in, like, the creator... Oh, sorry, in the press kit, unfortunately. Yeah, I will. If you find some, let me know as well. I would like to know myself. You're a pointless currency? You're a pointless... Fuck you, bitch. You're a pointless currency. What are you playing this season, Anime? They're playing Impending Doom. We're gonna be a doomer. We're gonna be a doomer about 3.28. We're a doomer about the changes, so we gotta play the doomer build. I'm not a doomer about the changes of Sid. But, you know, we're playing the doomer. That's a third chance or a pod. Archmage, Shock Nova into Spark. Classic same one build. Why do you people make fun of me for playing the same one build every time? But no one makes fun of Anime for being the fucking Spark cuck. Everyone's like, oh, Allie, you always play life stacking BV. Allie, you're playing life stacking BV. Allie, yeah, look. Look, I can see the streamers playing life stacking. But no one ever says anything about Anime playing Spark for the... No, now do they? I think they missed it. I guess so. No one's ever like XDD, classic Anime, safe. I've never seen you play life stacking BV. When the fuck was this, Precia?
That's the smell of alchemical byproducts.
And it's what they are? You don't? Because I don't play life stacking and BV in every season. I play stats. I'm a stat slut, okay? There's a difference. There is a difference. We like stacking one statistic. But that doesn't mean I stack the life statistic every single season, okay? That's not how this goes. That's 95% hate watchers, yeah. And like, I haven't played BV literally since Felicia. You know, like, so like, what do you want, you know? Okay. What the fuck? What just happened? I just blew up. Oh, okay then. I just got to leave. What happened? Ow. You can't fucking Lamau immortal me. I literally never said anything about being immortal. Okay? Yeah, I get with the program. Into mana Arf Beast. Arf was immortal? I never said Arf was immortal. I just said Arf is Tinky. Okay, there is a difference. There is a difference, okay? Type Tinky. Right? Type Tinky in chat right now and then type immortal. There is a difference between the two emotes, alright? There is no, it's not implied that because you're Tinky you're immortal. That's not true. There's a reason there's two separate emotes. There's a reason there's Tinky, and there's a reason there's Immortal. Impending Doom Immortal. It will be Immortal at a very high budget. It will be very Tinky until then, but it will eventually become Immortal. Yes. It's a life stacker. I take cast. There was never fucking cast when damage taken in the build. Oh, Pog. 24 life regen. How much fire res do I have now? 293. I like how the rest of my resistances were just capped out for free as well without having to think. Alright, who's gonna win? Is it me or Deodre? Deodre's currently pounding the fuck out of me. Ow. Okay, I had to move slightly. Okay, but like the Chaos Legion is broken, okay? Next season I would have had Baruch. Okay. Next season I would have had Barussos, which would have given me 23% Chaos Res. With that 23% Chaos Res, I would have not been negative Chaos right now, and I would have lived. Okay? So the reason I died is because I don't have Barusso. Alright, shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Okay, it's Bam. I'm pivoting. Alright, listen here. Alright, so in the quay, we need to find the bridge. So you want to hug the water, and you're looking for a small bridge. It's not going to be like the first one. It's like the second one. Okay, so actually, sorry, it's this one. You'll see a little exclamation point if you find the correct bridge. But here you want to find the Ankh, specifically. And then the same thing, you're still going to hug the water, and you're going to find a place where you can go. There's like a bridge that lets you go over the water. Eventually, and we want to go across that bridge. Oh yeah, I could put on the new mana flask that I've had for like 10 levels. Oh, we can put the new chestplate on too. Oh no. Okay, but I got DD. That was unfair. Okay, that was DD being DD. All right. We can put this on in level as well, so that's a lot more damage. Okay, Sha, I never said that we were mortal. Okay, I was literally sitting there in the middle of 3 rares, and I got DD'd while trying to change my gear around. Okay, that's not my fault. Game's bullshit. Look, 7 rares. Look at this. Look at this. That's not my fault that shit killed me. All right, here's the little bridge, like a boat. I believe, no, sorry, this one, the correct one. The big boats, and then we go. The point is, we don't want to go to next zone. We want to find the side area in this place, which is this. Want to go find the resurrection site.
Give it to me.
Ooh, she said, "Give it to me." I just said mortal in the past 5 minutes. None. You people. Yes, you people are the ones that keep bringing it up. Oshtamp to begin RF size. Look, it got slightly bigger. Pops sound like firecrackers.
I would have given
Okay, we need a blue. Do I have a blue somewhere within your Frostblink, Purity Elements, Flammability? I mean, I guess we could try. Alright. We swap over to the Scepter of Death. Holy, that's a big upgrade. Hold up. What's my dot damage at? I guess not. Okay, so we're at 9.7k. 11.8. Holy, the Scepter of Death. Okay, now we want to go back across the bridge, and then we're going to continue forward the best way I can put it. Basically, here. Oh. We're going to go this way now. It came out because we have to do the leveling run. We're currently recording a leveling VOD for YouTube, so people can follow along with it if they want to. I only do it for like the Leaguestart. I would have loved to play Slay the Spire all today, but yeah, we have to get this done because I didn't do it yesterday. So, you know, whoops. We're gonna play some Slay the Spire tomorrow in the morning while we wait for the stream. Sorry, while we wait for the servers to come up. We'll just send some Slay the Spire. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I'm a Slay the Spire slut. I think I have like, you know, 400 or 500 hours in Slay the Spire. And sorry, it's almost time for Allie to go. I'm fucking tired, okay? It's 7 p.m. I'm sleepy. Fuck you. Realistically, though, we should wrap this up soon. So, you know, the video itself isn't too long. I actually think this video might be a little bit shorter than the KB one. Because we're currently at 3:40. I could... No, because I think there's like a... Yeah, I think it'll be just as long as the KB one. I'm not paying attention where I'm going, sorry. You're looking for a dead body. Oh, speaking of which is a dead body. Yes. You're looking for a dead body near the entrance of... like the big zones, and that's how you know you're going the correct way. And then we kill these guys. Make sure you kill all of them. You should get a quest progress thing. There you go. Talk to Marmor for your reward, and then same thing, dead body by the entrance. So we go this way. I see an aura. Oh, thank you. I didn't even notice. Ooh, yeah, I forgot to turn it back on once we got the Scepter of Death. With Maui and a friendo. Pog. Oh yeah, it has multiplayer. That's neat. Okay, so what are we doing for... Okay, then I tell you to go down. Edge. Okay, this blue pack took like 8 years to come up. Percent. Tank your enemies and attacks cleave. Oh, neat. Some new cards interact with others. Oh, it's fun. It's actually kind of cool. I think it's like the first card game I've heard of that has multiplayer, and I'm sure there's others, but like this is the first one I've heard of that with multiplayer.
I have nothing more to give.
Had a mod for it. It was gonna get all.
Can I not
Unfortunate.
have but a moment's respite?
Does Leaguestart 2 have an infinite mode built in? Or no Mega Lol? That was the thing I really enjoyed about Slay the Spire 1 was the infinite mods. Like it was fun to do like a 20-hour run. The anniversary, thank you, I appreciate it. Not. Oh. I mean, even if it doesn't, someone will just mod it in eventually, anyways. You know. But that was like the one thing I really enjoyed in Wait. That was the thing I really enjoyed the most in Slay Spire 1. Average time campaign is 5.5 hours. It really just depends on how fast you are and what build you're playing. I'd say 5 to 6 hours is probably the average for the average person. If they know what they're doing. Somewhere around there. Not fancy rain for a woman. Gross. Yuck. Fortunate. Also depends on how much you care to try, you know. Like I think last season on KB, my time was like 3.5 hours ish on League launch. Like the only time I cared to try in the slightest. Yeah, I was somewhere around there. It was a pretty good time. I was pretty happy with it. You know, for not being a speedrunner. Final Fantasy character? Show me. Let's see what your character looks like. I don't know why. I have a really bad headache. I think it's the lack of sleep. Can't wait to wrap this up so I can go sleep for like 12 hours before launch. Holy shit, that's gonna be fun. Like I actually slept last night. I slept for like 8 hours last night. And holy shit, I felt so good this morning. But like I'm still exhausted, man. Like getting the build guide done in legitimately like less than 24 hours like actually killed me. Oh yeah, I meant to check the shield as well. If you want to put it on. Nope. Okay. Then we can go talk to Clarissa. Oh, I guess I did forget. We should have gone to our lab. I am so sorry. I completely forgot to go do lab. But we should have done lab basically the moment we got to Act 7. And that would give you Veruso's Ambition, the movement speed one. I guess just to wrap this up, we're just going to skip doing lab. It's the same exact thing as the first lab that you did. If you didn't do your first lab, you should go do your first and second lab now, because you know you'd actually benefit from it. But yeah, we're just gonna skip it, I guess. There's not much point in doing the same thing again. And then in there, you know, once we get to font at the end, you know, you just pause the video, quickly go do your lab, and then continue. But once you get to the end, at the fonts, you should either quality your despair or do the same thing that I told you to do for the Actor lab, which is use a blue gem in hopes that you get something expensive to sell.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
And we continue, and you'll be slightly faster than me, which is kind of nice. Otherwise, we just got one half of this act left, one very quick act, and then Act 10 is not even an act, man. Act 10 is like actually 5 minutes long. They're very close to being done with everything. Yeah, I haven't been this excited for a PoE season in a while. Like, I'm really, really, really looking forward to tomorrow. Most seasons, you know, I'm like excited, you know, like I can't wait for like the launch day to come around, you know, it's always fun. But, like this time around, I'm like very excited. I'm really looking forward to logging in and fucking around with all the changes. I'm just excited at destructive play. I think that's the biggest thing for me. There's a lab trial in this area. Make sure you do the lab trial in this area. Do not forget to do the lab trial in this area. So I think the thing that like excites me so much is the fact that fuck you, Amana. Destructive play got buffed, and it's like one of my favorite strategies early on. And well, it's even better, and like we're playing a really good build for it. We're playing a build that's like has the single target damage to make it reasonable to do with pretty bad gear. Like obviously you wouldn't want to try and do it with like 2-3 million damage. It's gonna feel awful. It's true for any other build is gonna try to do it like low. I think here we're just taking, did I tell you to take the less damage taken over time? Yeah, I did. So now you take 10% less damage from your RF, which is nice. Anyways, yeah, I'm just really excited to do destructive play, and I'm excited how our build can handle it pretty early on. They have Final Fantasy. Okay, I'll take a look once we finish the leveling run. H-Rock good. Sorry, what is H-Rock? I'm really bad with acronyms. I don't know what that is. Starting on the beach waiting for Lee launch. Yeah, I kind of wish they did that again. Alright, let's see. Who wins? Me or Yugal? Who wins? Didn't Freeze have the beach thing? Yeah, they do it for the for like the custom seasons. Like for the events. But they don't for actual League launch, which is lame. Need to do it for League launch still. Holy Relic. Oh, yeah, that build has pretty decent single target damage, right? I don't know how tanky that build is with like shit gear, you know, like day 1, day 2 gear. And the problem with invitations is they hurt, right? Like day 1, day 2, you just do your invitations white, like you don't put any mods on them, because it's just way too difficult, or it makes it way too difficult unless you're playing like, you know, single target oriented build specifically. But I don't know like how tinky that build is given its melee. Those wings are pretty as fuck. So, and the issue with that is it's a melee build, right? So you would be in the middle of all of the bosses, and they would kind of rail you. They really hurt with poor gear. Go back to bathhouse. But I guess like, I don't know how much single target damage it has. So if it has like exceptionally high single target damage, and you can just like kill them really quickly, so they don't really ever stack up and pose a threat, then I guess, you know, that's fine. But, you know, it is a melee build, and I don't know how tanky it is, so keep that in mind. Melee builds will definitely struggle a little bit more with invitation farming on super, super budget gear.
But a moment's respite.
So from Destructive Play, you will farm Maven Splinters or Maven Invitations, which is a decent chunk of your profit. And then outside of that, you are farming a whole boatload of maps. You are getting a lot of Conqueror maps, a lot of Elder maps, a lot of Shaper maps, so you get to self-sustain some of them. And then you also, well, I guess it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing, there's two versions of Destructive Play. I want to do Shaper Guardian farming, right? So if you're doing Shaper Guardian farming, you're farming Shaper Guardian sets, and those are the bulk of your profit, but you also get a lot of synth maps, a lot of Conqueror maps, a lot of Elder maps they can sell, and you keep the Shaper maps for yourself and self-sustain a tiny little bit. And then, you know, you have the Maven Invitations themselves, which are also a little bit juicy, and they also give you Maven Splinters. It's a little bit of everything. And even, you know, it's that strategy got even better this season or last season because asynchronous made selling maps so much easier. Just shove them into an asynchronous tab, and then that's it. That's version 1. The easier version is the silo version, where you are doing silo, you're running to the silo boss, and you are not killing the silo boss. Because the way Destructive Play works is you have to smack the boss a little bit to trigger the map bosses. And, you know, obviously if you kill the boss, you witness the map, and if you witness the map, then Maven can't show up again until you fully finish the witness. And the problem with that is you'd have to do 10 separate maps because it's a shitty, you know, Maven invitation. But with the silo boss, you can get him down to 33% health, and then, you know, he fucks off, he runs away and does like his little bullshit. And by the time he finishes that, Maven will have spawned all of her bosses, and you've killed them, and then you just simply teleport out of the map so you don't actually kill the silo map boss, and then that way you just run the map again, and Maven will, you know, Maven will witness it again, and you just farm the Destructive Play map bosses over and over and over again. And that's a much easier version of it because you're just doing normal map bosses, right? While with the Shaper version, well, you're fighting Shaper Guardians, and you have to then do the invitation, which is kind of difficult. Right. I want to do Shaper Guardians, but I think we might start with Silo, right? Depending on where Silo is, like which corner it's in, so we can make a T16. Also, yeah, this season, the thing that buffed it is we now are going to be able to get Astrolabes and Exceptional Gems. Once we get to the Originator Waystone. That one's going to start allowing all map bosses to start dropping those, and that's going to probably make a very large portion of our currency, and it's going to be, you know, a big buff to Destructive Play because you're still getting everything else, plus, you know, now Astrolabes and Exceptional Gems.
I have nothing more to give.
Hey, Lancing Steel is QPO range. Oh, I thought it was the melee build. Okay, never mind. I guess you're fine then. Sure. I thought you had to play the build in melee range, but if you're not, then sure. That build will also be pretty good for Shaper Guardians, because, well, you know, as long as you have good DPS, or as long as you can get to like 5-10 million DPS relatively quickly in your build, you have a great time with it, because that's all that's really needed, right? Well, I mean, you're gonna die quite a bit, because like Shaper Guardians, day 1 have hands, you know? But whatever, you just take the deaths. As long as you have the damage to actually kill it without breaking the invitation, you're happy. The DP, yeah, we're talking about Destructive Play. Got fucking whipped. Up there. Okay, the sound for like fire trap exploding is kind of satisfying. I like it. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna bother with a date. Well, we're definitely not gonna do a day 1. I'm just gonna do. I can't fucking speak. Sorry. I'm just gonna do harvest day 1, but yeah, I'm gonna try to go into a day 2 with like silos, depending again where it is, like which corner it's in, because we need to make it T16. Right, so to make Tylo T16, you need to get the Waystone for that corner. So for example, the top left corner requires the Originator Waystone. The top right corner requires the Shaper and Elder one. I think the bottom right corner is the Exarchinator one, and like the bottom left corner is the Maven one, I believe. So basically, if Silo isn't in any of, I guess it depends on what the build is and whatnot, but if Silo isn't easy to get to, then, you know, yeah, we're gonna have to stick to Harvest for longer until we can get those Waystones. We should skip on Mirages while campaigning. I mean, it's up to you. Doing the League mechanic, it always makes, you know, your life easier. And from the Ziggy video, the mechanic looked quite juicy in terms of loot. So, you know, that's good at least. But you never have to do the League mechanic. Personally, I've never done the League mechanic either. And this League mechanic doesn't have any like meta progression to it. So if you skip it all the way to maps and start doing it in maps, you're not like behind or anything. So it doesn't matter. You know, so do it if you feel like doing it to have an easier time, and, you know, do it if you feel like you're okay going a little bit slower.
Solaris, Lunaris.
I'm just gonna completely skip it. Alright, 2 more acts. Well, basically 1 act, because we're not gonna really do anything in Act 10. We're just gonna go kill Valentia, and we're gonna talk about heisting, and then that's it. Again. I guess we can quickly talk about, what's the monkey for? We can quickly talk about swapping to Impending Doom at the end of the video, and then call it good there.
Can I not have but a moment's respect?
Actually, could have put that on. I have the strength for it, right? Oh yeah, we have the strength for it. Hey, Barn Anniversary, thank you. Man, I really hope Vixens isn't gonna be too expensive. I hope Vixens is super cheap so we can do like literally 5 minutes of heist and then just move on. I would really like to actually get the T16 on day 1 for once. Without it being like 1 in the morning, you know. Because heisting typically adds so much time that like all I have time to do is get the T16 and call it there. So it'd be nice to actually do a little bit of farming before bed for once. They launched a kill a skill gem. Okay, he actually talked about that. Funny enough, he talked about it in the video. He specifically got 100% confirmation that everything that he's going to show in the video is not just going to randomly get railed by GG after. He mentioned kinetic drizzle. Kinetic drizzle is not going to happen. If anything, they're actually buffing the main skill that he used for the showcase video. They're buffing the attack speed of Holy Strike or whatever it's called. So it's even better than what he showed, and honestly, it looked really good from what he showed. I guess at the end, nothing's safe, but you know, they did. Ziggy did say they're buffing sweep from what he showed. Ow! For a mob spot. And yeah, Holy Strike's also getting buffed as well. Have you Ellie hit when you get hit, and a day later they killed it? I guess it's true. But they also did say like, hey, I know we said we wouldn't do this thing, but then, you know, we're gonna do the thing. So, I mean, at least they were quick about it, right? You know, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what happens. So it would suck for any cutie that wanted to play the new shit if they do just like randomly nerfed it in comparison to what Ziggy had tested. Anything is up for nerfs, I guess. But you know, they would have said something, and I feel like they would have said something by now. Like, I feel like it's too late at this point to just randomly fuck people over. You know? Plus, we have like the level 20 skill gem info, you know, so we know like how strong the skill should be. The nerfs to Kinetic Drizzle like happen afterwards, and you know, they specifically did say like, hey, Kinetic Drizzle's getting nerfed. I'm so glad we're leveling with RF this time around. I forgot how comfy this was. Like, this is a very fun leveling experience. It's so comfy. You don't have to think. I just have to sit here. You know, I just have to like stop for like half a second at packs to make sure that they die to RF, and then we move on. Great. Get the thingies over here. So here we want to make sure we find the chest. So we get the vial, and then we want to make sure we grab the waypoint as well, because we're going to need it for later. Don't skip the waypoint. Why does some of them just stand still for a second? Weird. Grab the storm blade and then go over to the waypoints. Then we go to the right of the waypoints. And there should be a little blocked out area here. You have to get the quest progress for it. And then you go back to town. And then when in town, you talk to Atreus.
Have you ever heard?
And then you talk to Sin.
In the map, remember, humanity.
Atreus again. Wild Storm.
Neither the time nor the place.
Then we take our portal back. And then here we're just like hugging the wall and trying to find where the shit is. If you find the forbidden vault, that's not what you're looking for. Like here, this is the forbidden vault, for example. Curious if they're gonna put anything in there, because they did say like this season they're adding like more stuff to the campaign, like more side rooms and shit for you to fuck around with. Oh, I'm curious if they're gonna put anything in there, because like that zone is basically just useless. It's literally just lore for Yoon. Yeah, B as well. Where's Shakar? Good idea. Hope you sleep well.
I have nothing more to give.
Like the wrong wall, unlucky. Here sooner. Level 3 axe, power class mine or icicle? I actually don't know. I've never really leveled with mines. So I wouldn't know which one's better. Any mine cucks in chat? Does anyone in chat know? Between icicle and power class? Like icicle's pog, so I definitely think it's hard to go wrong with it. I guess both? And then you'd use icicle for clearing and then pyroclast for bosses? Also, yeah, that too. It probably doesn't matter. Uh-huh. Hello, good morning. Yeah, I think the real answer is just both. And or, either or. No. I'd maybe go look at the Ascendancy you're looking to play and just go look at like day 1 of PoE Ninja for like Frisia. Not Frisia. For last season and see what people played last season. And then, you know, you could base it off of that.
Can I not have
If it's
better
50-50, then, you know, pick whichever one you think looks cooler. Omagami, backlog, we'll have to wait some more. This is definitely the season to come play the game. This is definitely not a season you want to skip because all the endgame changes are looking very pog. Like, for once, I'm personally really happy with the changes they're making, and I think endgame's going to be great. Like, even I am quite excited about this season. No. Definitely not a season to feel bad about playing. Was your first ever PoE League? Oh, yeah, you definitely want to come play this one. This season is going to be very, very, very good. At least by the looks of it. Go prep. And we go back to the desert, and then we're going directly up you. Yeah, like you will have a shit ton of fun this season. The end game changes are sick. T17s are literally just gone, effectively. It might be Jover. No, yeah, like okay, the thing you have to keep in mind about PoE 1 is it's under new leadership now. Right? They have given PoE 1 actual dedicated devs that actually give a fuck about the game and aren't just like people that are told to go work on it for like a month every 4 months, you know, and they have to be pulled away from PoE 2. You know? Like they're willing to, you know, specifically give PoE 1 people who care specifically about PoE 1. Right? And like the 2 interviews that they did this season were really good and like really positive. So I think things will get better. You know, and like this season, I mean, you know, everything looks really good. Yeah, it's like the point is we finally have gotten rid of T17s, and we are moving away from how garbage that was. Now, you know, are astrolabes, you know, gonna be guaranteed good? Who fucking knows? But it's not T17s, and the modifiers that the astrolabes give you are just nothing but buffs from the looks of it, right? An astrolabe won't randomly just give you can't fucking do damage 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds. You know, like you're not going to have to deal with that anymore. So like that's already a massive step in the right direction, you know? Oops. Oh God. Arm. We're good. Oops. All right. We got the Eggy. Now we go back to foothills and go to the left. Move Porter Skull? Yeah, remove Porter Skulls. HD. Hey, dude guy, I want to ask if Scion is really the way to go and what benefits does it have over other ascendancies? Doesn't have a really left early league? No, it's just Act 1 that's bad, which is, you know, what, like, 3 minutes of the video are spent talking about. Is like Act 1's not going to be very good. But what you're watching right now, this is an unascended Scion. Well, okay, I am ascended, but this is my whole ascendancy trade. Didn't bother doing my second lab. You know, so, you know, it's completely fine. Then once we swap to Impending Doom, we're more than happy. The reason we're playing this as a Scion is because we're playing the new Scion Ascendancy, Reliquarian. There's many different ways you can put together Impending Doom. I played as an Occultist before. I played as a Pathfinder before. You can literally play this on basically any class. Also, kiddies, there's a lab trial in this area. Make sure you go do the lab trial. This is second to last one you have to go do. It will be, well, it's, you know, an offshoot from like the Metal Path. Anyways. So you can play this on basically any ascendancy. The reason we're playing it on this is because I like playing stat stackers, and Reliquarian is getting a node that specifically gives you 5% of your max life as added chaos damage, which synergizes really, really well with Impending Doom. So it's just a different flavor of Impending Doom, which is what I feel like playing this season. The rest of Reliquarian also has some really nice stuff as well. For example, with Reliquarian specifically, we can put on a pair of boots that otherwise are basically unusable by almost every other build. You have to fuck your build so hard to try and fit them in. But with Reliquarian, we can fit them in really easily, which just gives us all damage and poison. So we get 100% poison chance for free. And we get a literal 1-to-1 copy of Occultist Profane Bloom with the boots at all times. You don't even have to curse an enemy. It's just always active on deck. So that is also very, very neat. We get to steal Occultist Profane Bloom. But it's literally just for the life stacking node that Reliquarian is getting. And, you know, Impending Doom, what's I'm looking for? We are just going to level with Aerith, as you can see, from Act 2 to Act 10, and it's extremely comfy. I literally have not been paying attention to the game. And this is going to be like a 5-ish hour run to Act 10, you know, which is a little bit slow for me, but the point is we are going slow for the sake of recording a leveling VOD for people to be able to follow along with if they want to. But I could probably definitely get this done in like 3.5, 4 hours on launch. Great, you know, even for the rough Act 1 that Scion is going to have to go through. And then, yeah, we get to play a life stacker. And the neat thing is the basic tree structure of what we want our Impending Doom setup to look like once we swap over to it is going to look very similar to the basic street structure that we're going to be leveling with RF. So swap over should be really easy to do. That's all. Yeah, I just want to play a life stacker. I basically only play stat stackers. That's all I know. That's all I like playing. And, you know, that's all I know. That's all I like playing. And, you know, I've played every single stat stacker. All right, unlucky. I played every single stat stacker there is. But I've never really started a life stacker. So here we are, at least starting a life stacker, and then we're bringing back Impending. I want to play Impending Doom again. Okay, anyways, we kill that guy, we grab the thing, then we go back to the quarry, we talk to Sin, and then we want to go the other direction as well. If you went the other way and you didn't find the foundry, I mean, I guess at this point it's a little bit late, but, you know, it's fine to kill the boss, because now we're going to go the other opposite direction and kill the boss over here. If the boss isn't over here, the foundry is over there, then it's like the top part of the map. Damn. I request that you die now. Oh, she has a tummy. I really like the fire trap sounds, man. They're so satisfying. They're really, really satisfying.
I have nothing more to give.
We were victorious today. I didn't die for just standing there. Caught the building beta branch with 3.28 tree. Oh shit, neat. It is if you want to look at the new tree. Caught the building has updated the
Take care.
new branch for it. Just gotta vendor these. We don't get any gear upgrades anymore. You know, obviously you should look for your gear and, you know, find upgrades, but for the purpose of this, we're done with gear. Alright, so with all that said, we're now gonna go back to Query, go in the Holisty, and finish up Act 9, and then we're basically done. All we have left to do is do one thing in Act 10, and then it's time to do our heisting. We then do enough to buy Vixens, ideally again if you're a newer player, or if you want to have the most comfortable time possible, I highly recommend to do all of your contracts. So you have enough money to purchase like a 6-link and Deodres on top of Vixens, and then a bunch of decent rare gear, you know. That's a good idea too. But you don't have to, I guess. You could literally just get Vixens and move on if you would. To you. I'm going to personally do that, but I also know what I'm doing with the build, so might not recommend it for everyone. And if your gear is like exceptionally bad, you know, like, I mean, that's on you, right? With your gear. Yeah, you're just looking for life and resistances everywhere too. And again, there's trade links in the path of building as well to buy. Ow! Okay, then that was rude. Got DD'd. Very, very rude. I hate this zone, man. Oh my god, the amount of failed shield charge. I can't. I can't, man. It's all dead ends. Whoever came up with this zone like 10 years ago is evil. I hate you.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
You're rude. Oh, all that was also just the wrong way period. I wasn't with the mini-map. I go this way. Yeah, whoever made this zone, you're evil. Especially because they put monsters in here that just have a 100% chance to bleed. In a zone that's massive with like no density, so you just want to run through as fast as you can, so you just die of the bleeds. Very rude. Okay, Edge. I know a few zones, and then we're done.
I have nothing more to give.
Actually, that's not true. We do need to finish up Act 10, so we need to kill like a Various and stuff. Well, I guess no. We'll just get Valenta and then there. I need to figure out what I'm eating tonight as well. I'm gonna eat like the largest meal ever because I haven't eaten all day. So I'm gonna eat like the largest meal ever so I go into a food coma, so I sleep for like 10 hours. And I kind of need to eat today as well to make up for tomorrow because I'm not gonna really have time to eat tomorrow. Like I'll eat breakfast, I guess, but then I'm not gonna eat anything for like another like 20 hours. So I kind of need to get my nutrition in today for tomorrow. So I guess it doesn't kind of work because then like your vitamins and shit, you know, those don't necessarily like stay in your fucking digestive tract for days. But whatever, I'm just gonna eat a bunch of tonight so I don't have to eat tomorrow. That's how that works, right? I just want to pass out, man. Also, Alex, praise that we can, yeah, hopefully the torrent is data mineable so we wake up tomorrow and everything's data mined. That'd be nice. I just realized, what's the point of leveling RF? Most RF levels don't even give you increased AoE. Like some levels, don't you literally just press the RF level up button and it just straight up does not actually improve the skill in any meaningful way? Things out? No, it's coming out tomorrow. It's like 12 hours. Not 12 hours. Well, how much time? Like 18 hours until the season starts? Some shit like that. One more zone. $18 hours, yeah. New season is starting in 18 hours. What level am I? Down levels. We would have catched up in Heist anyways. Alright, let's see. Are we gonna be victorious just standing here? I think so. I think we have more than, yeah, we have more than enough recovery to AFK. You need to kill the red one. Is this one? Yeah. Oh no, sorry, the green one. Right, the red one makes you take more damage. The green one's the one that fucks your damage. Last time. Hello. Yeah, I don't think we could face tank this one, which kind of hurts. I think we're gonna have to dodge some of this stuff. Hi Zigwa, thank you, I appreciate it. I'll stand and shit. Ow. Yeah, but to be fair, I had like 5 red stacks on me. So, as soon as we finish this and we go to Act 10, there is one more quick thing we have to do, and then we are free. Which is Zigger, thank you. Have you been subscribed longer than Luca? I guess Luca missed a few months because he was in the military, like he was doing his military service. But thank you, you're a fucking cutie, I appreciate it. Very, very kind of you.
We have everything we need to face Kitava.
Alright, talk to Lily, we go to Act 10. So, in Act 10, we have to do one very quick thing, and then it's time to go do Heist. We might as well just, you know, wrap up Act 10 outside of killing Kitava, and then, you know, get all your shit done. So, we're gonna go up to Cathedral. We're gonna get through 2 whole zones, and then it is heisting time.
You there, exile. I am in need of your services once more.
I have to kill this boss twice, has to go immune phase. You need some pretty fuck damage to kill it, to like skip the phases. Plus, like, a lot of builds kind of like fall off a little bit at this point. Like in Act 9, Act 10. Like the Act 9, Act 10 scaling of enemies is kind of fucked. In comparison to like player power. Right, because you're also just getting weaker because, you know, each zone is a bigger level bracket in total, right? Yeah, like across like all of Act 1 you go up like 12 levels, and then Act 2 you go up 12 levels, and like Act 3, you know, you go up like 10, and then, you know, Act 4 you go up like, you get the point, right? It's like you're becoming, you're gaining less power per level. Like in Act 9, Act 10 is kind of bad. In Act 9 you get like two levels in total, or like 3 levels, so like barely any passive points, so you're like, your build can really get that much stronger. Last time I made it for JRs, yeah, it makes sense. That builds a fucking juicer. Okay, once we finish up the cathedral, we're gonna go directly south, and then we're gonna go through like this hallway until we find a hallway to like the left. The door, I guess, is a better way of putting it. For the door. And then this area, we just got to go find the boss, kill the boss, and then it is heisting time. They're ready to go. At this point, you can basically skip all the monsters as well. There's no reason to bother killing any of this shit. I guess you can kill a blue pack every now and then if you want to. But you're not going to really gain much XP here, and you're going to make up all this XP in Heist anyways. So, you know, just send it. Just get done with the area. Another jump cutter. Alright, we found the door. We kill this boss, and then after this, we are going to be heisting. The whole leveling experience. Act 1. Honestly, the Act 1 wasn't even that bad. Honestly, I probably made a bigger deal out of it than it really had to be. You know? I think I had to, otherwise you're going to get people who are used to like leveling with, you know, the most broken bullshit every season. They're going to, you know, complain like, Allie, Act 1 was miserable. It's like, I mean, you know, all I have to say is you're leveling a Scion, so you should know what you're selling. You know, it's like, I feel like that should be enough to tell people, you know, what to expect. But yeah, whatever. I just want people to know what they're getting themselves into. The like Act 1's kind of pain. It's unfun. And then, you know, you're having a great time afterwards. And, you know, if that, like, off-puts a few people from playing the builds, hey, man, if you know, the thing that stopped you from playing a build is, oh, Act 1's going to be a little bit slow, then I guess you probably didn't even really want to play the build in the first place. But, you know, like, if it stops you from playing the build, then, hey, it is what it is. But I'd rather, you know, be informed. Old man started, yeah, especially since they nerfed Spark. Like, Spark Old Man used to be so good for Act 1 and just, well, the whole leveling experience in general. Anyways, we killed Valentia. We're now going to come talk to Lonnie, get our last passive points, and then that is it. We are done. So at this point, what you would go do is you would now go over to the Rogue Harbor, and it is time to do all of your contracts. When it actually comes to running these contracts, you should start with all of your low-level contracts first. You shouldn't do like the level 60 plus contracts first because you're going to get fucking railed. Heist hurts. Heist has hands. So I'd recommend to start with the low tier ones. Get done with those so you have the easiest time possible, then move on. So as I mentioned, all you really need to swap is Vixens. I would really recommend to read through this section right here in the notes, the swapping over to Impending Doom. It kind of goes over all of it. I also really recommend to read this portion of it so you know exactly how the build works. But all you have to do is just make enough money to buy Vixens. There is a trade link for Vixens. Like if you go, you know, down to step 2, there's a trade link for Vixens here. There's a trade link for all the unique items that we want to use. There's also trade links for all of the starter rare gear. That should be pretty reasonable for you to get. You know, there's 6 link trade links. There's trade links for everything else. So just grab everything that the guide tells you to go, you know, to get. You know, just take a moment to read through all this. And then that should be pretty much everything you need to get all the way to tier 16 just fine. From there, we're going to be doing build updates to the build as we keep going. This is just how I've always done my builds. By day 1, sorry, by like day 2, all of step 3 should be filled in. This is going to cover, well, actually, the step 3 is going to actually have some mini steps in it. So we'll see how things go. But the point is, like, everything here should be more than enough for you to get to tier 16 with no issues. You know, if you can't purchase everything here off the get-go, that's fine. Just, you know, start progressing. You're going to be more than powerful enough, and then you just buy the rest of the go. And yeah, in terms of swapping over, you know, you're going to have a tree that kind of looks like this. It's going to, you know, keep going a little bit into heisting just so you can use your points for, you know, things. But afterwards, you know, you'd go over to Doom Swap Tree. If you want a really easy way to tell what is changing is you can click the little compare button in Path of Building. You can turn it, put on, okay. I can't speak, sorry. You can swap back to the level 70 RF Heisting tree, click compare, and then pick the level 75 Doom Swap tree. Everything in red is what you have to get rid of. Everything in green is what you have to pick up. In terms of this, you are going to have quite a lot of gold from heisting, so that should cover the majority of it. You can go talk to Faustus either in your hideout or in town, and he'll have an option for, where is it? For respecialization, and you can do a bunch of it this way. While you're doing the heist itself, you're also going to get quite a lot of Orbs of Regret. So just use all those as well, and then once you've used up all of your Orbs of Regret, just go to Faustus and do the rest of it with gold. If you, for some reason, do not have enough to do all of this, that's completely okay. If you go over to note section, at the top in the swapping to RF, I really recommend to read every single tiny thing mentioned here. But I talk about here in terms of what to do if you cannot fully respec the tree and like what is important to pick up. But it should be pretty easy for you to do that. And yeah, you'll be ready to go. Let's talk about Impending Doom just a little bit before we end the video, as there is something important to say there. I'm going to swap back to my Impending Doom character and do it there. Hold up. On this one. So, when it comes to swapping, the only thing that we have to really discuss is going to be your Vixens themselves, right? So for Vixens, let me remove all this. The order in which your curses are socketed inside your Vixens is very important. If you watch the video guide, I actually said it in the wrong order, and I'm completely sorry. What we want to do for this build is we need... Okay, so I mean, I really recommend just watching the build guide again, so if you understand how the build works. You know, I talk about it for like 5 minutes. I also recommend watching this, reading this section. This section actually is about to explain everything I'm about to say. So if you want to, you know, a written version of everything, just read that. But the point is that we need to put 3 curses in our Vixens that we want to auto trigger for us. We want Punishment, we want Enfeeble, and we want Despair. And the order that these are socketed inside these gloves is important. Now, because of that, you need to color them in a certain order. So what you're going to do is come over to your crafting bench, and you're going to go over to Other, and you're going to set the gloves to 2 sockets, and then you're going to click 1 red. And you're going to, if this doesn't give you a red-blue, just try it again until you get red-blue, right? It's like if it gives you red-red or red-green, just, you know, click it until you get red-blue. So with this, you're then going to set it to 3 sockets, and that's going to give you a blue. And if it doesn't give you a blue, you just go back to 2, right? You just swap between 2, 3, 2, 3 until you get a blue. You're almost guaranteed to get a blue. And then the same thing from 3, 4. So your gloves look like this. You then want to link everything. Everything has to be 4-linked. And you're then going to put Punishment in the top left slot, and then Enfeeble and Despair in these 2. It doesn't matter which one's which. And then your Spell Cascade, again, doesn't matter which one's which. As long as Punishment is in the top left slot, that's all that matters. With them, you're going to put them on. And as long as you have this put together, and then as long as you set up your Impending Doom linkage, which, you know, is just in the skill section under Doom Swap, this is the correct order in which you care about all the things as well. So if you can't buy a 5-link or a 6-link chestplate, and you're playing this on a 4-link, then you need to run Temp Chains, Impending Doom, Spell Cascade, Chains to Poison. Then you add these 2 later. Unbound Ailments is slightly better, but, you know, it doesn't really matter which one's which. You know, then pick up all these gems as well. And then once you've put together everything, you're ready to go. But yeah, Vixens is the only mandatory thing required to be able to play this, along with a proper 4-link. To go over again how Impending Doom works, just to make sure we all understand. When you press your curse, you're going to be pressing your temporal chains as your actual DPS button. Oh my god, it's so loud. Hold up, let me turn that down. That's really, really loud. Okay. Right. When you press Impending Doom, right, you're going to cast a circle, and then you're going to cast a circle in behind and in front as well. And for mapping, just press Impending Doom like normal. You don't have to really think. But for bosses specifically, you don't want to just hold your cursor on the boss like this, because this is making you lose 66% of your DPS. You want to aim your cursor either behind the boss, so as you can see, they're getting hit by 2 circles, or in front of the boss, so they get hit by 2 circles there. That is very, very important. But for everything else, just hold down the button. You don't really have to think, right? And then your gameplay, I know this is a more put together setup, but you know, your gameplay is just going to be really simplistic. You walk up to a pack of monsters and you press temporal chains and they go boom. That's it. This is your whole playstyle. For people who play Impending Doom in the past and are gonna ask, Allie, why is my Impending Doom not instantaneously triggering on the first one sometimes? They nerfed that. You will not get instant Impending Doom triggers anymore on the first one, with the exception on Scion, specifically on the close overlap to you for some reason, this is going to be something we're going to do some extensive testing of once the season starts on why this is the case. But, you know, this is basically where your gameplay should look like. And then, you know, on bosses, you just hit here and you just fucking hold down the key and you're good to go. The one thing I want to mention here really quickly as well, just so you're aware, it's in the Rin guide. And I really recommend to read every single portion of the Rin guide, but drive the point home. You might have a little bit of a mana problem to begin with. And the way you are fixing your mana problems is by using a mana flask to begin with for a little bit until we get our 4th lab. Where is this info? The info for it is under the swapping to Impending Doom section, which again, I really recommend to read because right here, this is going to explain it to you. But basically, we need to find a non-channeling role on our ring as soon as possible. I do not know where this is going to be. Nobody knows where this is going to be. This gets shuffled around every season. But the point is if you come over to your crafting bench and you type non-channeling, you will see this under undiscovered. And if you hover over it, it will tell you what map it's going to come from. So you're just going to want to be on the lookout for that and do that map as soon as possible to unlock this. And then you're going to need to craft that onto your ring as soon as possible, as this will take care of the majority of your mana problems. And you're then going to grab yourself your 4th ascendancy points at some point whenever you feel comfortable. And then along with that, you will then completely fix all of your mana problems entirely. So yeah, just look out for this. And until then, you're just going to have to use your mana flask. Shouldn't be too big of a worry. If it feels really bad, just go to trade and just buy a non-channeling ring. The trade link over here specifically is looking for either open prefix or the role. Let me open this up to show you really quickly. So the trade link for the ring is specifically either looking for rings that have it crafted on there, or an open prefix, right? But if you specifically, if it feels really bad, you can turn off this pseudo empty prefix modifier. So it only searches for rings with non-channeling on there. And then you can go grab yourself one this way. And so ideally get -7 if possible. There is actually a pretty big difference between -6 and -7. But, you know, these are going to be quite expensive day one, so might not be too realistic. You know, it's all going to depend. If you absolutely truly need one, you can also remove like the dexterity and life stat filters if needed. But, you know, good luck with your dexterity if you don't get dexterity. Yeah, with one non-channeling, everything should be good. And then you should have a really fun time. And again, you know, there'll be build updates that happen as we progress through the season, like always. And you can expect the first one like 2 days in to launch. And there's so much for excited. I'm like these like 3 steps are about to be like the amount of text that's going to be under each of these steps is going to basically be as much text as like this per step. Okay, maybe yeah, about that much, right? There's a lot. Okay, not that was a little bit much, but the point is each of these steps have a lot for each of I'm excited. There's a lot there, a lot of cool shit we're going to do. Anyways, do your heists, buy our vixens, swap over, recolor them correctly, and have fun to build. You should have a really, really good time. You know, don't try to face sync bosses for a day one build. You're not going to be able to face sync shit the way you face sync stuff with RF. So please keep that in mind. You're our range build. We are going to be semi-tanky to begin with, but you know, you're not facing tanky. You're not as tanky as you were with RF. That in mind. You're going to get there, but not day one. Anyways, have fun. And hopefully see you, Katie's on Twitch.